Stand by.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I now call.
Wait. I wasn't ready yet. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
All right, the Facebook stream is up.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. So we're ready.
We're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I now call to order the meeting of the Michigan Civil Rights Commission. Today is Wednesday, August 19th, 2020, and the time is 9:03 a.m. This meeting is being held utilizing the Zoom web conferencing platform, as well as streaming through Facebook and YouTube. And it will be available later today for anyone who needs to view. And it's also live. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Clayton.
Present.
Vice Chair Kopak.
Present.
Commissioner Sakwa.
Present.
Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Gaskell-Bentley. Commissioner Grimm.
Present.
Commissioner El Hassan.
Present.
Commissioner Roberson.
Present.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Combs.
Present.
Madam Chair, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. And did we hear Commissioner Gaskell-Bentley say present? I know she's here, but did we hear her say present? I think her mute was on.
I'm present.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We do have a quorum. Our next item of business is the welcome. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. We are going to hear from our special advisor to the commission, Ms. Sylvia Elliott, who will review our housekeeping rules. Ms. Elliott.
Good morning. Housekeeping rules are as follows. Today's meeting will be recorded. All speakers must identify themselves by name first before speaking. If you require closed captioning and you are using Zoom, you can turn on captions by clicking on the CC icon on the lower right part of your screen. If attendees wish to speak during the public comment portion of the agenda, you must sign up to do so within the next 10 minutes by typing your name and city you reside in the chat box, which is located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're unable to type in the chat box, please click on the icon labeled Participants to raise and lower your hand at the lower center of the screen. When it's time for public comment, staff will call on attendees in the order in which we received their request to speak, whether via chat or raised hands. MDCR staff will first verbally identify public comment speakers by name, and then that individual will be unmuted to speak and will be muted after their designated time frame for speaking ends. The public comment time frame for speaking will be 2 minutes. There will be a visual timer on screen showing the following colors: green for 2 minutes, yellow for 30 seconds, and red for stop. The timekeeper will verbally remind each speaker when 30 seconds remain. For attendees who are calling in by phone to provide public comment, callers must enter *9 on their mobile device to raise and lower their hands. MDCR staff will identify callers who wish to speak based on their last 4 digits of their phone number. Please also be aware that MDCR staff will verbally warn any speakers only once if they use inappropriate, inflammatory, or disrespectful language. If use of that language continues, the speaker will be muted. For those who are joining us live via the MDCR Facebook page or the MDCR YouTube accounts, there will be an approximate 20-second delay between the actual Zoom meeting. Individuals who wish to deliver verbal public comments can only do so if they are attending via Zoom or by phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. The next agenda item is approval of, the next agenda item is approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, before we move to approve the agenda, I think I indicated in our last meeting that I was going to ask for an amendment to the agenda to move the public comment from before the interviews to after the interviews. I'd like to make that motion now. I may.
That's fine. Just,
I'm sorry, I think I was asking for a change to the agenda and then somebody would have to approve the change, make a motion to approve the change. My apologies.
just a discussion on that motion, and that is fine if the commissioners are in agreement with that. The challenge is for today's meeting, because we have 7 candidates, it's going to be a long meeting. And if it will be okay with the commissioners, those people who are on the meeting already now, like to at least give them the opportunity to do their public comment if they anticipated doing it before. And if we have public comment or anyone who wants to give public comment at the end, because it is going to be a long meeting, we could do that, but you do have the motion on the floor, so it's just my comments.
I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm certainly open to amending a friendly amendment to my amendment to the motion to change the agenda and instead including public comment both before and after the interview process.
That's fine, okay. A motion has been made by Commissioner Roberson. Is there a second?
Commissioner El-Hassan, second.
The motion has been seconded by Commissioner El-Hassan. So the agenda will be amended to have public comment before our interviews and then also at the end of the interviews. All in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed? That motion carries. The next agenda item is approval of the minutes from the July 27th, 2020 meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes as submitted?
Motion.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Gaskell Bentley. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Grimm. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
There's 41 participants at the Zoom, and only if you call in or are a participant can you really make a comment. If you're
Mary, you're okay. Thank you. You're not muted.
sorry.
Thank you. That motion has been, and it was seconded by Commissioner Grimm. All in favor, say aye. Sorry if we did that.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. We are now ready for public comment. As a reminder, we'll be taking comments in the order we have received them. You will have 2 minutes to speak before the commission. However, if your comment involves a matter that is currently pending with the department, such as an open complaint or an investigation, it is inappropriate to speak about that before the commission. This is done in fairness to the parties and the process should your complaint come before the commission for a decision and order. Reminder, to address the commission, Zoom participants should type their name and city they reside in on the chat box located at the bottom of the Zoom screen. If unable to type in the chat box, please click on the icon labeled participants to raise and lower your hand at the lower center of the screen. Callers must press *9 on the mobile device to raise their hands. Our timekeeper is Mr. Dan Levy. If there isn't anyone for public comment, okay. So we have our timekeeper, Dan Levy. Ms. Sanford, do we have anyone for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one person for public comment, Ms. Cynthia L. Thornton from Detroit.
Good morning, Ms. Thornton. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. I want to express on my behalf and on behalf of concerned employees and affected members of the public to express disappointment that the commission held these interviews during standard business hours so that employees and a good number of the public, a good percentage of the public are not able to participate because they're at work. I'm also expressing our disappointment that the commission chose to withhold the names of the interviewees despite the fact that the interviews would be public. And that denied the public the opportunity to, do their own homework if they chose to do so. And I meant to mention before, employees were criticized for not participating in the first round of interviews in February, but now they're essentially being denied that opportunity unless they're willing to take a leave day. And as I mentioned before, I apologize for jumping around. As I mentioned in the previous meeting, there's been concern from the public about not being able to contact the commissioners. And from my last check, there still are no public emails available to contact the commission or the commissioners. So ends my public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Ms. Sanford, do we have anyone else for public comment at this time?
Madam Chair, no, we do not. That was our last public comment for at this time.
Okay. Public comment for the beginning part of our meeting is now closed. Thank you to everyone who spoke before the commission this morning. And as I said, our public comment is now closed. We will now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the interviews for the candidate for the position of Executive Director for the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. Just as a brief recap, in March, the commission conducted a departmental survey to hear from the employees what they would like to see in the next director. There are 4 key themes in the answers from the employees. The first was they wanted the director to have a heart for civil rights. The second, no ties to any controversies. 3, proven leadership skills and the ability to hit the ground running. And 4, the selection by the commission and the candidate going forward should be free from political influence. This next statement I'm going to make is for the employees, for those who are watching us this morning and those who will watch these interviews later on Facebook or on YouTube. We heard what you said in your surveys and we did pay attention. The 7 candidates we are going to have today have years of civil rights experience, some have legal experience, and all have a desire to lead the department and serve the people of the state of Michigan. This is a very diverse group of candidates in gender and ethnicity. All candidates are sequestered, practicing social distancing, of course, at Cadillac Place with Interim Director Mary Engelman. The interview order was done by blind draw this morning. Only our first candidate is not with the group at Cadillac Place because she is out of town. She's in the state of Georgia. For each interview, we've allotted 30 minutes, but the time could be shorter. I'll ask each candidate for an introductory statement about themselves, why they're interested in the position, and then go to colleagues for their questions. Do we have any comments from colleagues before we get started with our first candidate? Okay, no comments from our colleagues. We will now go to our first candidate, which is Ms. Toni Sellers. Good morning, Ms. Sellers.
Good morning, Commissioner Clayton.
Will you please state your name for the record and the spelling of it?
Toni, T-O-N-I. Last name is hyphenated. Sellers, S as in Sam, E-L-L-E-R-S, hyphen P as in Paul, I-T-T-S.
Thank you very much. Will you please give us a very brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position?
I'm a native Detroiter, born and raised in Detroit. I attended Cass Technical High School, Wayne State for undergrad, and Michigan State University College of Law for law school. And I began my career, my legal career, with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights as a student assistant under Dr. Nanette Reynolds and Miss Sylvia Elliott. I went on in my career to begin as an associate attorney in labor and employment with Kitch Druckes in downtown Detroit. I worked there for a few years before relocating into public service in the Atlanta, Georgia area, working for the United States Postal Service. And then through the years, I have worked both in private law firms as well as public sector. And then over the last 10 years, I have been in administrative roles with various state and private institutions in the state of Georgia, still working in the areas of EEO, ADA, disability accommodations, and the gamut of employee civil rights issues. The reason that I'm interested in this position is that everything I've done over the last 20 years in labor and employment has led to this opportunity, and that I have a heart for civil rights and representing the impoverished, those that have been discriminated against, be it based on their race, religion, disability, public housing issues. And when this opportunity presented itself, I was excited because not only would it give me opportunity to return home, but it also gives me an opportunity to culminate all of my life's experience in the work of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers-Pitts. Do we have questions from commissioners? You can raise your hand. Let me know if you have any questions for Ms. Sellers-Pitts. Commissioner Graham?
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, and you?
How's the weather in Georgia?
It's beautiful right now, but it was horrible thunderstorms last night.
Oh, well, at least you're getting rain. That's a good thing.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Grimm, and I do have a question. And with the Civil Rights Department, there's 5 divisions, which is enforcement, investigation, deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, and the Women's Commission, the Michigan Women's Commission. As an executive director, let's say that you're the executive director, how do you plan to achieve your goals with the department with a limited budget and the challenges in the light of the pandemic? As you know, all states are dealing with the pandemic, with our community. There's civil rights issues, but it's really taking a toll in our employees. We are reducing the days of the week of how many days they work. They work from home. And also, how do you deal with accountability of our employees? And also the challenges of the limited resources that you have due to the pandemic, and also the limited budget. It's a loaded question.
Okay, so accountability for staff, limited resources, and ultimately what would be my goal as the executive director?
How do you achieve the goal of the department with 5 divisions, and there is a limited budget because the funding is going to dealing with the pandemic? And I believe all states are dealing with this, but we know that Michigan, each state department is having challenges of serving the community and providing services. So as the executive director, as the leader of the department, how do you address these challenges?
One step at a time first. So in looking at the totality of the current climate within the department, because I've had the opportunity to review the employee survey, and I understand that there is several challenges and concerns that the employees have within the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. And I understand it as an external candidate because when I worked there many years ago, there were almost 300 employees. And I understand now that the total number of employees are 90. And so it is rebuilding that trust within the department, holding accountability and having clear expectations, being a leader not only in title, but in deed, as far as when you are leading, you lead by example. And so that these individuals, the 90 plus staff that still remain, there are various challenges across the country as it relates to overworked, understaffed, and utilizing the resources that you currently have available. We'll get better, but also getting in the trenches and working along with your constituents and stakeholders and moving forth with the mission and supporting the work of civil rights, because we have a task at hand. Because in the social civil rights climate that we are currently in, we're at a crossroads. Microaggressions and unconscious bias is at an all-time high. And everyone from corporate to public through higher education, K through 12 education. It's a challenge in a pandemic because any of us have never experienced this before. And so it is being transparent, it's being an effective communicator, it is also listening, and effecting those changes within the department would require a 360 review of all areas, divisions, and departments. First, in meeting with the leadership for each of those 5 divisions, then having roundtable discussions with the staff to understand what those specific concerns are that were not listed in the employee survey. Then begin meeting with the division directors separately to go over what the staff concerns entailed, to give them the opportunity to rebut, to challenge, and have their listening session of what their challenges and concerns are as leadership. And then moving forward with interfacing not only with the leadership and the department, and clearly listening, because before you can effectively be a change agent, you cannot come in as the new person and across the board make changes. You have to first get a clear understanding of what those challenges and what the successes are within the department and division. And all of these would take time, but that is ultimately the 90-day plan that I would have to first get in and first clearly understand what those issues are. And then moving forward in reallocating the limited resources, the staffing, and assuring the team that is there, because I know when I work there that this is knowledgeable staff. They are dedicated to the work and to the mission of the department. And in any organization or business, there are trials and tribulations, but at the same time, you must have someone that the department looks to for leadership and guidance, as well as the opportunity to be heard and to implement some of the recommendations from the staff that are in the trenches.
Okay, thank you.
This is your question.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers-Pitts. Do any other commissioners have any questions for this candidate? Commissioner Roberson?
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for joining us from Atlanta.
Thank you for having me.
So I guess my question is somewhat compounded, similar to my fellow commissioner. As we know, things are very different in the world right now. And so my question would be around, how do you prioritize what civil rights means for the department? What are the areas of civil rights that you would be most focused on? And more importantly, as you know, Michigan is a very diverse state, from the UP down to the southeastern region. How do you feel about the opportunity to represent on a particular civil rights issue, knowing that in some parts of the state, it may be a very different idea about whether or not that is in fact a civil right?
That's a loaded question. I have always in my career, my days of litigation as well in my administrative work, you take your constituents where you find them, and you have to adapt to various scenarios and situations, but you have to be receptive to listen to their position. And as an attorney, in this trained skill set is that we are advocates, we can be adversary, but at the end of the day, we have stellar negotiation and compromise skills. And that when we go in and be receptive to individual ideas and perspectives, that it can always come away as a win-win, because in a civil rights matter, in the climate that we're in, racial discrimination, police brutality, Those are our hot button issues, but they have always been, as well as discrimination, uptick against our Asian and Chinese community in light of the pandemic. All of these are where we must prioritize all of them. And it's not one takes precedence over the other. It is that it's a juggling act, that all of them take precedence. And so depending on what region I'm in and what the prevailing issues are that I've seen based on the data and the metrics in that particular area, that will determine the prioritization of what will be the goal of achievement in that particular region, because what may be a prevailing issue in Detroit may not be the prevailing issue in Flint or in Washtenaw County or any of the Upper Peninsula counties. And so it all pertains to the community outreach and having those critical partnerships of a presence of the MDCR in which we are gaining that knowledge and insight of what the prevailing issues in a particular community may be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sakwa.
Thank you again. Thank you very much for your time. It's Commissioner Sakwa. If you had the job today, how would you handle the current situation with all the protests, marches, the Black Lives Matter? What position do you see the MDCR having in the community as it sits today?
A critical position, because as a state agency, that in the mission and the work of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, the community is looking for guidance. What are we doing? What are the initiatives that we are taking to address the civil unrest? Working collaboratively with the Metro Police Departments, as well as holding town hall community outreach, because what I found, because as you know, I'm here in Georgia, and we've had our fair share of protests here in the Atlanta area, is that everyone wants the opportunity to be seen and heard, because for so long, it became the norm. And it was an acceptance factor, a quiet acceptance. I've sat in on so many listening sessions that people have tragic stories that they want to share and they've suppressed because there was no one listening. And so at this point, it is moving forward with the collaboration of your community outreach partners and the community as a whole in addressing those concerns and being at the table and leading the charge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from any other commissioners for Ms. Sellers-Pitts? Okay, Ms. Sellers-Pitts, I do have one question. In your last two answers, you've referenced community outreach. When we did the employee survey, excuse me, one of the comments from the employees is that they felt that there was not enough recognition of the department throughout the state of Michigan, that enough people did not know that the department existed, the resources and the services of the department. How would you engage to increase the profile of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights throughout the state of Michigan?
It would require rebranding and a marketing initiative of letting individuals know. Because in reading the survey, Commissioner Clayton, I was surprised that that was an area of concern, because in all the years that I resided in Michigan and early in my career, Michigan Department of Civil Rights was where everybody went when they had a concern. It was their advocate for discrimination and harassment and civil rights issues. So to hear that people aren't aware and don't know of the services and resources that the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, that would be at the utmost top of the list, especially in current times, that the community needs to understand that we are present, we are continuing the work, and that we are here to be a community partner to address these concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kopak?
Welcome, and thank you for coming to this Zoom meeting. What I wanted to ask you is currently there's about 3 or 4 different commissions, and the governor just through executive order issued a new commission. How would you interrelate the goals and objectives of those commissions and their wide diversity with the Civil Rights Department?
Are you speaking of the new business commission that she has just appointed, or all of them collectively?
All of them collectively.
That
more specifically, the ethnic commissions. More specifically, the ethnic commissions.
The ethnic commission.
She just issued a new executive order for a new African American Advisory Committee. And I think that was the one you referenced. And there's the Hispanic Commission, there's the Asian American Pacific Commission. And I think at one point there was a couple other ones, but how would you integrate those with the department and the Women's Commission that's within the department, but how would you integrate their goals and objectives with what the department would be doing?
It's also the Arab American, Middle Eastern. It's the Middle East. Sorry, thanks.
That absolutely being a partner in collaboration, getting with each one of the commissions, understanding what their charge is, and working collectively to partner with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, because every one of the commissions has a touch point on the mission and work of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. I would hope that on each of those commissions that there would be a pro hoc seat for the MDCR to be invited in the proposal of what those guidelines and what their charge is, so that we are not duplicating efforts, but we are strengthening our place within the community on those designated things, because each one of the commissions has a specific charge. And collectively, the Michigan Department of Civil Rights is responsible for all of those areas.
Thank you. Any other commissioners with questions for Ms. Sellers-Pitts? Okay. Seeing no other hands raised, thank you very much, Ms. Sellers-Pitts, for being with us this morning. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, you too. Director Engelman, we are now ready for our next candidate.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will bring her in.
Thank you. And commissioners, our next candidate is Ms. Rhonda Powell.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Powell. Please let us know when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
Okay, I am all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us this morning. Please state your name and the spelling of it for the record, and then give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position.
Okay. My name is Rhonda Powell, and that is RHONDA POWELL. And as for a brief overview, thank you again, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and to the entire commission for the opportunity to share more about myself this morning. For nearly 20 years, I've been fortunate to serve some of our state's most vulnerable populations. I've worked in education, K through 12, with the homeless, with children and families struggling under the weight of poverty. I've worked with community development and overseen public health programs. Unfortunately, there's been a common thread running through these populations. They have all been marginalized, and most have had their rights violated. But the thread doesn't end there. The senseless, tragic murder of George Floyd, on the heels of the senseless, tragic murder of Breonna Taylor, on the heels of the senseless, tragic murder of Ahmaud Arbery, has awakened the entire world to what many of us have known for a long time. These problems didn't begin in 2020 or with policing. That now is the time, I believe, for leaders to step forward. I think leaders meet chaos and confusion with strategy and vision. And what I'm looking forward to discussing is my track record of proven leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Powell? Commissioner El Hassan?
Good morning, Ms. Powell.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for joining us this morning. You touched briefly in your opening remarks on one of the issues facing this country, but specifically, if you can share with us what you believe 3 civil rights issues are currently facing the state of Michigan, and if you could take that a little bit further and discuss and elaborate on one issue and how you would address it.
Okay. I believe that one huge issue we're facing right now is education. Education has been a growing challenge. The disparities in education, we know that there are so many children where it's just not equitable, their learning experience. So your zip code should not determine what your education looks like. I personally believe that the Department of Civil Rights in particular is in position to create interdisciplinary teams working across public health with education, again, with civil rights, to build a team that can really look at the issues of education, not just with the everyday experience. I think we have to look at how our teachers are educated. The civil rights of our children, if we start off violating those rights and demonstrating to children that your altitude is basically determined by your zip code, I think that's a problem, that we send that message to children very early, and children are very perceptive. So I would definitely create a team to really look at every aspect, how funding is spent in education. How do we transition education, from a position of equity to a place where all children have the same access to a great education? That really will determine so much about our future. We know that we have lead issues in so many of the schools. Some of the buildings are antiquated. You need a public health member as a part of that team to help determine the very facilities that our children sit in. And if we will be able to have those children sit back in those facilities at some point, what will they be walking into? So I will stop there.
Thank you. Commissioner Sakwa? If you're speaking, Commissioner Sakwa, you need to unmute yourself.
Am I allowed to talk?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me an example of a problem that you headed up, what the problem was, what you did, and what the outcome was?
Sure. Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Sakwa. Well, let's see. One issue that I can describe would be one of the departments that I have previously run. There was a issue of employee morale that was when I was named as director. There was an issue there, and it was a pretty big issue in a local government department. So many of the staff were had not received raises. They were used to things. Many of the things they were used to had been taken away, like longevity. There was not opportunities for advancement. A survey was done, and a lot of information came out of that. But I think that what I was able to do is to go in and meet with all of the staff quickly, go in and meet with everyone and hear their concerns and kind of learn from their perspective what they felt like the challenges were. I learned a lot from that and realized that the first thing we needed to do was to address the culture. I am a huge believer in that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So before we even start a strategic plan and walking through that process, we need to work with staff. And that's what I did, work with staff. Had some folks come in to do, contracted with a couple individuals to come in and really walk us through the organizational culture and walk through that process to see where are we, because there's the values we state on paper. But if our staff is not experiencing those values firsthand, that's a major issue. So we walk through organizational culture exercises, and then began to just kind of establish a rapport with the team. We created a steering committee to help figure out and decide what would be the steps forward. Instead of just having someone else come in and prescribe it, it was very rewarding to the staff to feel like from the top to the bottom, everybody was, there were every classification on the team was represented in that steering committee, and they really took ownership of it. Out of that, we created it. This was a community action department. So out of that, we created community action days where the staff was particularly in the community talking about the work that they do. It really was an opportunity for them to be boastful, and it gave opportunities for not just the regular people who are always out. We had opportunities for the leadership to kind of switch places with some of the frontline staff and ensure that they had opportunities to be representatives for the department. We also created a leadership. I'm huge on leadership development. It's something I take pride in. And so we created a book club. So twice a year, we would order books for the staff and make sure that we had like 6 months to review them. Then we would come together like on a Friday morning, kind of a casual day. And as I say, everybody got a chance to be Oprah, to kind of walk us through the book and ask questions, probing questions about the book. Also, it's small things too, like making sure the same people aren't always the ones going to conferences or going to meetings and being chosen for certain teams. So I think that the biggest thing I can boast about is being able to turn around that organizational culture. We did do strategic planning as well, but I don't think it would have been anywhere near as successful. if we hadn't gotten people engaged and to buy in around changing the culture. And that's a job for leadership. That's something that can't be delegated.
Thank you. Any other commissioners with questions for Ms. Powell? Commissioner Grimm?
Hi, Ms. Powell. Commissioner Grimm here. And I like to continue that conversation. It was really interesting about improving the morale of the employee group. In the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, there's 5 divisions: enforcement and investigation, deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, and the Michigan Women's Commission. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve the goal of the department with a limited budget and addressing the challenges in light of the pandemic? Currently, the state, the employee groups are working 4 days a week. They're working from home. How do you guarantee accountability of their work and the challenges of limited resources? Are you there?
I do not.
Madam Chair, there's technical difficulties. I'll be right back to investigate. This is
Thank
Mary.
you.
You're welcome.
Our life in Zoom.
I thought she walked down on us with my question.
Those questions, Commissioner Graham?
Life in Zoom. It just
Sorry.
nothing else you can do. Commissioner Sakwa, this wasn't a snack break. You're muted.
I only snack 24 hours a day. But I'm down 35 pounds since this thing started, by the way. Yep.
Oh my gosh. I need to like offline and find out your secrets.
He's not eating pizza.
Right, that's true.
That's what's going on with most people. Most people gained weight during.
Right, exactly.
I've never been one to go with the flow, as you guys know.
Well, hopefully this will not be too much of a technical difficulty and we'll get back online. If not, we'll just have the interviewee switch with Director Engelman because she's still on and has a strong signal.
Good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Denise, what's that university on your diploma in the back? What's your diploma?
Sorry?
Your diploma, what university is that your diploma?
Oh, this one's Regent University.
Where's that?
That's in Virginia.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. It's a Christian college. And these are my husband's plaques, MBA, all that good stuff.
This will be good to see how she does under pressure. Get a little flustered or whatever. Mhm.
Okay, they are almost up with continuing Ms. Powell's interview, just a couple more minutes. And just as a reminder to anyone who joined us after we started, we will have an opportunity for public comment at the end of our meeting today after the final interview.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just move my stuff over.
We're just going to switch computers, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Good morning again, Ms. Powell. We do apologize for the technical difficulties. Please restate your name for the record, and if you were in the process of finishing up an answer, please do so. If not, I believe Commissioner Elsan had her hand raised for a question.
No,
Okay.
it was,
Yes.
Commissioner Grimm, yes. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I'd like to,
Do you need
you
me
know-
to restate my name or?
Yes, Commissioner Grimm, you wanted to finish your questioning?
yes.
Okay, yes, so Commissioner Grimm, restate your question, and then Ms. Powell, before you answer, please just restate your name for the record and go
Okay.
into your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I'm just going to reiterate myself, reiterate the question. The department has 5 divisions: enforcement, investigation, deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, and the Michigan Women's Commission. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve the goals of the department with a limited budget and the challenges in light of the pandemic? Currently the state employees are working 4 days a week. They are working from home. How do you, as a leader, how do you address accountability, you addressed about the morale and the challenges of limited resources that you have, but still serve the community?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Grimm. My name is Rhonda Powell, RHONDA POWELL. I think that there's really no playbook right now, and we're having to, in essence, build the airplane while we're flying it. I think that above all, what I have tried to do with even with current staff is, number one, make sure we understand and are familiar with and share information on as much as we know right now about this virus. Having worked and overseen public health programs in the past, I'm very familiar with how communicable disease and community spread, how that works. And I think that is extremely important to, number one, let staff know that they're valued. To make sure that they understand that even during these chaotic times, there is some consistency in leadership, make sure that we are pulling staff together in meaningful ways. It's difficult right now, and I think we're all trying to figure out what that looks like. But the most important thing is making sure to connect with them around the issue of their value to the organization, and that even in the midst of layoffs don't speak to your value as a staff. I've been fortunate to every organization that I've ever led or department that I've run, been able to streamline the budget and look at additional funding sources. I've always raised the budget and try to make sure that we are doing sometimes looking at non-traditional means of how we finance things. Sometimes we need to look at, shared staffing opportunities. When we work with some of these, as I speak about, I'm big with how we collaborate on common issues across multiple departments. Well, how are we, is there an opportunity to share staff around those issues? Can we also look at some funders, maybe with funding projects or programs with our foundation partners? How are we building relationships with the private sector to make sure that the burden doesn't always fall on government? Sometimes government is best suited as the convener and not the funder. And I think we need to build on those strengths to ensure that, we're not overly taxing the department or the staff, and still ensure vibrancy. COVID-19, I think, until we can get to a place where we do have sound treatment and we have some consistency in messaging, I think that there still will be a great deal of unknown about how we come together and how we bring staff together. But if we can't come together in a building, can we come together in a park so we can social distance and have a meeting every once in a while? Maybe we have a Friday meeting and bring folks together in an open area around. We don't have, everything doesn't have to be what we've always done, because right now we're in a challenge, and so we need creativity and vision right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Commissioner El Hassan, did I see your hand raised before? And then we'll go to Commissioner Combs. Commissioner El Hassan, was your hand raised?
Yes, it was. Thank you so much. And forgive me for going back a little bit because it was supposed to be a follow-up question on your response, but I know there have been a couple questions in between. You indicated that education was one of the priority issues. I'm just curious whether you've been following the commission's work related to education and the disparities in education over the course of the last couple of years.
Yes, I'm vaguely familiar with it. I haven't been able to see all of the meetings. I wasn't able to go back, but I have read some of the, still waiting on the final publication to come out though.
Yes, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Commissioner Combs.
You're on mute.
If you're speaking, you need to unmute yourself, Commissioner Combs.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry, my apologies. Mrs. Powell, I have two questions. One is relative to two executive orders that the governor recently dispatched. One was concerning the pandemic of racism. She identified racism as a pandemic in the state of Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
And then number two, she executed an executive order relative to implicit bias training that is supposed to be developed and implemented by the Department of Civil Rights. So could you give your thoughts, first of all, the executive order with respect to racism being a pandemic? And number two, how in fact would you work with the governor and the governor's office to follow through on her vision as to how implicit bias training would be developed and dispersed both in the government and the private sector?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Combs. I was extremely excited. I am familiar and was extremely excited to see the executive directive by the governor on recognizing and addressing racism as a public health crisis. I have believed that I wholeheartedly believe that. So many of the common threads that run through these various populations, I think if we could overlay all of our departmental statistics and demographics, there would be a common theme. And we often are serving some of the same individuals that are intersecting with our legal system, they are struggling with poverty. They have the lowest public health outcomes. They are struggling with education, the levels of education. These are all areas, and I can't forget housing, struggling with housing as well. All of these issues are compounded by the experience that so many folks, Black and brown folks in particular, are having with our policing system. And I believe that it's an opportunity to, again, bring together folks from all of these different disciplines to be strategic around, number one, recognizing. Once we are recognizing that, yes, this is a problem, it's been identified for the governor, now you can get leaders to the table to look at how we can address this. When we look at policing as an example, policing becomes, I think, the catch-all for so many issues. So many of our residents are experiencing not just, one issue or the other, but it's the constant day-to-day chipping away of the civil rights of Black and brown people that ends up, I think, being caught by policing. So I'm excited about that. And I think as far as implicit bias training, I've been able and fortunate to participate, to present implicit bias training, cultural competency in the past. But I think we need to go much further than what that training has typically looked like. I think that we're all ready for a much more robust conversation around implicit bias. And, I think now we know that, yes, we all do have biases, but we need to be more targeted about the experiences and look at the data across all of these different disciplines to say, okay, here's the experience. Why do we have this infant mortality rate in Black babies and brown babies? Why is it that women of color are so much more likely to die within a year after childbirth? We need to do a better job, I believe, of working and including our tribal communities. They are also suffering with so many of the same health challenges, and we're not doing a good enough job to make sure that they're at the table for these discussions and also contributing to some of the solutions. So I'm excited about it, and I think that making sure first and foremost that government offices, our government departments have the first responsibility to make sure we are competent. We must be the first to understand cultural competency. So many of the issues and challenges, Well, they came from government, unfortunately. It's our history of government and our government policies and procedures, practices, more often is the term used, that, you know, so many of these disparities are allowed to fester under. And we've made tremendous strides over the years, but we've got to start by dissecting our policies and really trying to look at them through the lens of equity and start with policy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Gaskell Bentley.
First of all, I want to thank you for, wanting and applying for this position. I was just wondering, could you share with us an example of a controversial situation you encountered in your professional life and explain how you handled it and why?
I have, I think probably the most controversial experience that I've had would probably be in a recent, in one of my recent positions as a director in Macomb County. I was born and raised in Macomb County, and I have a great deal of family in Macomb County, and pretty well, people that I've gone to school with, whatever. It's my community. So I was very proud to have worked there and contributed so much to trying to move us beyond the narrative of race in Macomb County. But unfortunately, while I was there, my tenure there ended in controversy with the county executive really starting to roll back. We were at a place where we were moving forward with diversity and inclusion and building collaborations across the county. And it just, I'm not exactly sure why, but all those, that progress was brought to a halt. So for me, I believe that the experience that the staff was having, that I had there, unfortunately, when we don't live up to our expectations, we certainly understand that in appointed positions, folks are able to make decisions about who they want in those positions. But those decisions don't allow for discrimination. It doesn't allow for bias. This is one of the reasons why I believe so wholeheartedly in government being first to the table around cultural competency and building those strong collaborations and being held accountable. We are accountable to the people that, that basically pay for our livelihood. It's not something that should be taken for granted. So ultimately, when staff were bringing forward complaints about their treatment being, just racially profiled and discrimination, well, I took a stand and made sure that those challenges were brought to the executive team, and to ensure that if we say this is not what we stand for, not to mention the fact it's illegal, you cannot discriminate against staff and then go out in the public and tout that, oh, we're one. So I think that was probably the most controversial. Ultimately, it cost me my position there, but it's nothing that I would not do over again, because it's the right thing to do. And I wholeheartedly believe in doing what's right because it's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Questions from any other commissioners for Ms. Powell? Okay, seeing no hands raised, I will ask one final question. Ms. Powell, there was a survey that the commission conducted with the employees a few months ago. Several items came out. One of the items that came out from the employees is that they wanted to find a way to increase the profile of the department throughout the entire state of Michigan, to let residents know what resources and services the department has available to them. How would you go about increasing the profile of the department throughout the state of Michigan? I
think that's great. And thank you for the question. I would agree that the department has so much more to offer, especially in this moment right now, where we're just seeing just blatant disregard for civil rights. And I think that this is the department that needs to be at the forefront. And I know firsthand that people in various parts of the state have no idea about where they can look to for resources and around employment and around just their basic access to public services. This is more than a reason for the department to expand its profile. The way I do that, I am I am very committed to building strong collaborations across the state. I don't believe we do this work by just going it alone as a department. We build strong collaborations with like-minded organizations, with community organizations, both local and statewide, to expand our footprint through partnerships. Again, that does not require, often that requires less of a burden, if any, on the budget of the department. And it also makes sure that we're not the ones, we can't be the only ones carrying the message of civil rights. The department's message and making it accessible, people have to know and feel confident that there is an organization, a department in the state of Michigan that exists to ensure that they can have full access to their rights and liberties. So working with partners across the state, building strong collaborations, and that includes with school districts, colleges, universities, other state departments, making sure that we're working with community action agencies that are, area agencies on aging. These are organizations that are already designed to be on the ground. Again, I'll say we have 12 recognized tribes in Michigan. I think that's a big part of trying to make sure that this message is expanded as well. So yeah, I guess I will stop going on and on, but yeah, making sure that we expand through collaboration and also following the data. There are hotspots around, there are issues, and I think that we need to be driven by those, but not only by those. We also need to be in those places where we know we don't hear much from, because there's a higher chance that they're not familiar with the department at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any final questions for Ms. Powell? Okay, seeing no hands raised, thank you very much, Ms. Powell. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. Enjoy your day as well.
Thank you. And Director Engelman, we are ready for our next candidate, and that will be Ms. Alicia Skillman.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to let everyone know, despite our technical glitches, we are still on schedule with our timeline.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Skillman. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So for the record, please state your name, the spelling of your name, and then give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position.
My name is Alicia Skillman. That's ALICIA SKILLMAN. when I look at my life's work, the reason why I get up every day, it is to help people who are marginalized, to help people who are oppressed and subjugated. And when you look at my career, you can see my work. You can see my track record stays true to that. And I believe serving the Michigan Department of Civil Rights goes right with what I stand for in life.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have our first question for Ms. Gilman? Commissioner El Hassan?
You're on mute.
I thought I unmuted it. Good morning, Ms. Skillman.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for joining us this morning and certainly for your interest in the executive director position. If you could share with us what you believe 3 of the top priority civil rights issues that the state of Michigan is currently facing. And of those 3, if you can discuss and elaborate on one issue and how you would address it.
You asked me to talk about 3 priorities in civil rights in the state of Michigan.
That's correct. And then elaborate on one and how you would specifically address it.
I would say those priorities are in education, poverty, and the LGBTQ community. Education, I believe, is a significant issue in the state of Michigan when it comes to civil rights. I know that there was a lawsuit that just occurred and it was settled. However, I believe the commission needs to pay attention to education and make sure that students' rights are being held up, making sure students are served equally in all areas of the state of Michigan, and making sure they're not disproportionately receiving funding, making sure facilities are up to date, and making sure students in one area are not being better served in other areas of the state of Michigan.
Commissioner El Hassan, did you have a follow-up question? Okay. I do have a follow-up question to Commissioner El Hassan's question, Ms. Gilman. Your 3 priorities you listed were education, poverty, and LGBTQ rights. In light of our current climate, not only here in Detroit in the state, but also in our country regarding racism and implicit bias, that's not viewed as one of the 3 priorities for the department? And if not, where would you see that issue fitting in?
It is a priority of the department. When you look at today's climate, the department needs to take a look at itself internally. It's sort of like being a pastor. I'm also a minister, and from the pulpit, you look at your congregation, and if you're observing them, the congregation changes every 7 to 8 years. And you need to watch that change occur all the time in order to be relevant. It's important for the Michigan Department of Civil Rights to be relevant and to understand what's going on in our society, understanding what implicit bias is, understanding the issues of racism. The department needs to look at itself internally to make sure that it understands culture and is being relevant to culture. No matter how the department strategizes, culture is always going to come in and seek to take over. So the department must be relevant. It must understand what's going on outside of it, and it must change to work with and address the issues like racism, like implicit bias.
Okay, thank you. Questions from other commissioners? Okay, I do not see any hands raised. I will ask you another question, Ms. Skillman. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Grimm, yes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Gilman, for joining us today. Commissioner Grimm here. The department has 5 divisions: enforcement, investigation, deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, the Michigan Women's Commission. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve the goals of the department with a limited budget, and how to address the challenges in light of the pandemic? Currently, state employees are working 4 days a week. They're working from home. There's stress related to the pandemic. How do you address accountability of the employees and also the challenges of limited resources?
I believe your question was, how do I plan to achieve the goals of the department, address the challenges with limited budget, address
in light of the pandemic.
Okay, address issues about working from home in light of the pandemic.
Accountability and limited resources.
Based upon my research of the department, I believe it's important to build trust in the department, get to know who the employees are, get to know who the managers are. I would start with addressing morale and building trust. I believe if the employees do not have the mission foremost in the front of their mind, they will not see the need to build trust. They will not see the need to be accountable. I think it's imperative that the new executive director come in and get to know employees so that trust can be built. Once trust can be built and they start to see that they have a person in leadership who believes in the work and believes in the mission, hopefully they will buy in to that mission. I currently work in a situation where I'm underfunded and understaffed. And it's important to speak to the mission of the organization and continually meet employees where they are so that they understand the mission, so that they can connect to the mission of the department. The challenges of working from home, I hope that I work with a group of adults. I treat employees with respect, and I want managers to treat employees with respect. So getting to know when is the most productive time of day for all employees. For some people, that's the morning. For some people, that's the afternoon. I believe we should create a work environment so that there is flexibility, so we can get the most out of every employee, and so that it works effectively for each department, for each division. And that may be different across divisions based on the type of work they have to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Commissioners, any other commissioners with questions for Ms. Gilman? Commissioner Roberson?
Good morning, Ms. Gilman.
Good morning.
One question, let me turn my volume a little bit. You report, as a director of the commission, you report to, of the department, you report to or serve as a member of the governor's cabinet, and you represent the interest of the residents of Michigan. And as we know, Michigan is a very diverse state. And you also have the department's interests. Can you rank the 3 areas that you find, rank those in importance to you, and tell me how you would negotiate or deal with the fact that sometimes those interests may be in opposition to one another?
Member Roberson, would you repeat your question one more time?
So as director, you would have to represent yourself. You would be a member of the governor's cabinet for one. You would represent the interests of the residents of Michigan, and also you would represent obviously the department and have staff that would have certain interest. We know that Michigan, with regard to the residents of the state, are very diverse. So I'm asking you to rank sort of where those three fall and how you would negotiate or navigate when they are in conflict with one another.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I certainly understand that as executive director, I report to the commission and serve the needs of the commission. However, you all work for the state. You all work for the people and serve the needs of the people. Based upon your direction, I serve the needs of the people as well. And I would rank that we ultimately report to the residents of Michigan. I ultimately report to the residents of Michigan based upon your direction. I would attend a governor's cabinet meeting and report back to you and get direction from you on any particular situation. And those needs are flexible. An executive director needs to be flexible, needs to understand the politics of the situation, but also needs to understand the overall direction that the commission wants to take and adhere to that. I believe the overall direction that the commission wants to take is achieved because you all are plugged in to the various persons around the state of Michigan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Skillman. Questions from any other commissioners for Ms. Skillman? Okay, not seeing any hands raised. Thank you, Ms. Skillman, very much for being with us today and being interested in this position. Have a good rest of your day. And Director Engelman, we are ready for our next candidate.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a statement?
Yes.
I would just like to say that I'm very interested in serving the Civil Rights Commission. I know civil rights. I know how it is to work for various boards of municipalities, that there are a lot of working pieces to it and a lot of personalities to it. And I understand that work and I'm up for the challenge. I bring a high level of transparency, integrity, respect. I'd like the opportunity to transform this workplace to make it what you believe it can be. And I believe we can focus on the vision and the mission and revamp the department so that it is a stellar civil rights division for the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. And commissioners, our next interview will be with James White.
Chair, I'm just sterilizing the computer.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are you ready, Mr. White?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record, the spelling of your name, and then give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position?
Okay. My name is James White, James, common spelling, White. I am a assistant chief with the Detroit Police Department. I've been there for 24 and a half years. I reached my 25th year in January of this year. I've served as an assistant chief under two chiefs, currently Chief Craig, and I was appointed assistant chief under Chief Logan prior to him leaving the department. About me, I am a licensed mental health counselor, just completing or limited license mental health counselor, hoping to become a fully licensed counselor at the end of this year. I've just completed my clinical hours and pretty excited about that. I'm excited about this opportunity. Actually, this position was brought to my attention by a coworker of mine who said he saw a position that he thought matched my skill set. When I looked at it and did an evaluation myself, I found that to be true. I look at some of the responsibilities in the position. It's very similar to some of the work I've done that I found to be quite rewarding.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions from our commissioners for Mr. White? Commissioner Sakwa?
Police department and all the
Commissioner Sakwa, can you start again? We didn't hear the first part of your question. I think
well, it's an obvious question to ask someone in law enforcement. You know, what's going on out there with all this big talk of defunding police departments, and obviously we know that there's there's some bad police, but the police have taken a really hard hit. And I would say that Detroit, I think, is looking pretty darn good to the rest of the country. So that's a tribute to both you and the chief and the rest of the people that work there. But how are you handling that situation, and how would you bring something like that to the Civil Rights Department when you may be working there and dealing with all these different, it's just the headline story of the news every day on television. So how does the civil rights fit in with this situation?
Well, first of all, thank you for your comments. I agree that the city of Detroit's police department has done a fantastic job. The men and women that go out every day and do this work are nothing less than amazing. And certainly under the direction of Chief Craig, who I think has really set the framework for success as it relates to community engagement and community interaction. Getting to the first part of the question with regards to defunding the police, certainly that's not something that I support. But I do think there's an opportunity with improving the relationships with police. I think that police departments around this country, particularly here in Detroit, are asked to do a number of different things from, work with our mental health community, community engagement, and crime fighting. Those are all very important aspects of our work. And I think there's an opportunity to improve the relationships with police departments. Certainly, transparency is key. Bridge building is key. Working in a transparent environment when a bad thing happens or something or a questionable situation comes up in law enforcement, I think it's imperative that you have to get in front of it and you have to be transparent and explain it. And I think when that happens consistently, it causes communities to become more confident in their police agency and thereby having a better overall relationship with their police agency. When you look at Detroit, for example, and what's happened in Detroit, and I agree, we have certainly been a model thus far for other agencies to follow with regards to some of the civil unrest issues. We simply didn't have some of the issues that other communities had as it relates to some of the civil unrest. And that's not by accident. It's the community, it's the police department, and it's those relationships that were forged before the tragic murdering of Mr. Floyd. Those relationships paid dividends. There was trust in our police department. There was trust in those relationships. Now, that's a model to use. That's a model to use in this environment, in this position as executive director. You have to get out and build those relationships. You have to have transparency. You have to engage your key stakeholders in times of calm to work together to build policy, sustainable policy that makes sense, progressive policy that makes sense, policy that's representative of the time that we're in and not from some antiquated time frame that has not been improved. And so when things happen, they will stand with you, they being the community, and work with you.
All right. Commissioner Sackwaz, you're good?
I said thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White, you spoke about being on the Detroit Police Department for coming up, I believe, 25 years. Tell us a little bit about your civil rights work in your professional career.
Yes, ma'am. I worked as the commanding officer of civil rights for a number of years. I was appointed to that position in approximately 2009. We were under 2 consent judgments, one for conditions of confinement, and the other was for use of force. The department had engaged in pattern and practice behavior that was frankly improper. We did not have the appropriate holding facilities. We did not document our uses of force appropriately. And when I was assigned to that position as a commanding officer, the first thing that we took a look at was to first and foremost build a team. Certainly I could not do it by myself. We built a very comprehensive, detail-oriented team that worked on building policy that was sustainable long after the consent judgment concluded. Because what we wanted to have was permanent policy in place that reflected the changes in the organization. Because we knew early on that these changes would be cultural changes and would have to be there long after we were gone. So we looked at how we address uses of force, we looked at how we train, we looked at all the requirements of the consent judgment, and then systematically we went through and wrote policy to it, trained to it, held people accountable, made a lot of organizational changes, brought in outside subject matter experts. We looked at best practices around the country. Cities like LA that were also under a consent judgment, Philadelphia, which was under a consent judgment, or I'm sorry, Pittsburgh, not Philadelphia, was under a consent judgment. We looked at their articles and their judgment. We learned from their mistakes, to be candid, and we took some of their best practices and we implemented them in the city. And I believe that the judgment lasts approximately 11 years. 3 years ago, we got out of the judgment. We met all the requirements. That was a tremendous feat, to say the least. I learned a lot in that process. I learned from a number of different chiefs, and there were a lot of chiefs that were instrumental in getting us to that point. But certainly Chief Craig, he had a different philosophy that I think that really put us over the top, and that was the supervisory accountability piece, which is where we really were missing. We were certainly holding the officers accountable for their behavior, and that got us close to compliance. But when we really took a deep dive in supervisory accountability and setting the tone for the organization at the top, that put us over the top, and we were able to bring those 2 judgments into compliance.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Combs?
Yes, Deputy Chief White, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I have, I should say probably a few questions, a litany of questions here. One of them, to begin with the simple ones, is with regard to your applying for the position of the Executive Director of the Department of Civil Rights. What do you see as the role of the Department of Civil Rights in assisting law enforcement in a path to community policing, the benefits of community policing in working toward law enforcement and community reconciliation? Your thoughts?
Well, sir, I think that it's never been a better time to broaden that relationship. I think it's time to build bridges between the 2 organizations. I think that there's work being done already, but I think that work can be enhanced. When you look at what's happening again around this country, as well as in our own city, our own backyard, there are a lot of people who don't feel good about the police right now. Certainly there are some very wonderful and positive stories, but there are some people who don't feel good about the police. So I think we start with acknowledging that harm has happened, right? And we're not in a business of validating whether or not someone's harm is true to them, because to them it is. And I think that with this organization, with police departments around not just Detroit, but around the state, there's an opportunity to assist, to communicate, to effectively engage, and to work in partnership to really grow from this moment in time. Because one of the things that we all have to acknowledge is this is one of the most significant times in American history. And law enforcement, community relationships, race relations, from this point forward will never be the same. It will not be something that is just hidden or talked about, or or that little problem or a problem that is not being addressed. Law enforcement certainly needs some reform, and I can say that as an assistant chief of the Detroit Police Department. I am very proud of my agency and the work that we do, but to be candid, I don't see that work across the country, and we're constantly improving. And I know the work that we put in with our officers to ensure that they have top-notch training. When you talk about the role that this executive director position can play, I think as an ambassador to make sure that the rules are consistent, working with MCOs to ensure, and I'm sure that this honorable body is aware of what MCOs is, but for the purpose of my explanation, the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, to ensure that that the rules that they have for governing law enforcement activities are effective. Certainly at some point, they may want to expand those rules to include making officers individually responsible for their own licenses. So there's a number of opportunities to be progressive. There are a number of opportunities, I think, to think outside of the box and come up with some ideas to really maximize this moment in time, and to take this organization, to take law enforcement to the next level from the standpoint of life after the space that we occupy right now in terms of the civil unrest and some of the social conflicts that we're seeing. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, my second question kind of segues into what you said here. The Honorable Governor has issued an executive order relative to racism as a pandemic and a public health crisis, and she's ordered implicit bias training throughout all departments, and particularly with people or individual professionals throughout the state of Michigan that receive licensing and credentials through LARA. So to the point of training and working with those particular departments that are responsible for training, credentialing, and dispatching people to work with people who are considered essential servants in our public sector. What are your thoughts on the governor's position with respect to racism as a public health crisis, as well as implicit bias training that she has mandated throughout all departments, and with respect to all of those who receive credentialing through LARA?
I think that was a phenomenal statement and posture to take, and frankly, long overdue. I support it. And I also think that when you talk about implicit bias training being required, I'd like to see it required in every license, even outside of LARA, because certainly what we have learned is that bias exists. It affects all of us. It affects decisions in almost everything we do. I've myself attended a number of implicit bias courses, and some of the information that comes from that has been quite revealing and enlightening, even for me. By example, the last course I went through, there was a scenario given, and just a very basic scenario about a college athlete participating in a sporting event and where they grew up. And then the question was asked, what was the race of the person? And it was fascinating to see how many people arrived at the race of a person based on a geographical location of where they were raised and the type of sport that they participated in. And I'm putting myself in that because I was one who chose the wrong person as well, were all wrong. And that was enlightening for me because that spoke to how even implicit bias engages us even when we don't know what's happening. So I think absolutely that requirement should be there, if for no other reason but to expose you to the impact of those feelings and those implicit bias concepts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kopak?
Thank you for coming, today. And, I want to commend you, and especially Chief Craig, for everything that you've done. I mean, you stand out, like I think, around the country in terms of, your public relations, your sensitivity, and also your creativity and how to deal with the crises. What would you recommend to other police departments? And I know this is kind of a very wide range question because each community is different and each police department is different, but what would be your metrics in terms of recommendations that you would have to other police departments in urban areas that are having these riots and disturbances?
Well, I have to go to the lessons I've learned under Chief Craig. As I indicated, I've worked for a number of chiefs, and one of the things that Chief Craig brought with him that, initially was a little bit unusual for us because we were used to our ways of doing things, but it is the transparency and the constant community communication. And I think that is probably one of the most powerful things you can do, and it's one of the things that I would recommend. Police departments historically have this procedural hierarchical of some call it the blue wall, where something bad happens. We come out with this really sterile presentation of, something bad happened, we're looking into it, we'll get back with you. What the chief has done over the years, and we've taken note and also emulated it, is that when we get an opportunity to present information, we give as much as we possibly can without harming the investigation, and we give as much as we possibly can without further victimizing the victim, meaning we don't give names of victims and things such as that. But certainly we try to tell the community, here's what happened, here are the facts and circumstances as we knew them at that time, and this is what led to that decision making. When you do that and you're transparent and you get it wrong sometimes, and sometimes you will get it wrong, I think the communities will look at that and say, okay, well, here's a time where they got it wrong and they're being transparent about it, just like they were when the times they got it right and they were transparent about it. Unfortunately, sometimes in law enforcement, oftentimes in law enforcement, we're not as open as we need to be when there is a problem that has happened. By way of example, the really serious incident we had a few weeks ago, and the chief released the entire video to the community. It goes without saying the impact showing that video and narrating that video had on our community. To your question, ma'am, I would say to follow a model such as that, to be transparent, to engage your community in times of peace as aggressively as you engage your community in times of disorder. You need your community. We are here to serve the community. Being a law enforcement officer is not a right, it's a privilege. And it's a privilege to wear this badge. And when you're wearing this badge, you have a duty and responsibility to keep the community informed, to keep them engaged, and to make them aware of what's happening in your agency.
Commissioner Elson, I'll come to you in just one moment. I do have a quick follow-up to Commissioner Kopak's question for Mr. White. The Michigan Department of Civil Rights has an entity called AllPact. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that stands for Advocates and Leaders for Police and Community Trust. And one question I have is if you're familiar with the organization that are around the state of Michigan, and what role you would see the AllPacts in playing in increasing awareness and the profile of the department.
I do apologize. I'm only aware of them by name, and I've heard our Board of Police Commissioners speak about AllPact, but I am not familiar with their work. But just from the explanation of the title, I could see them playing an integral role and community engagement and working with this organization to, again, build bridges with the community, but also make sure that law enforcement officers around the state are engaging in best practice exercises, community engagement, implicit bias training, and to ensure that there's a standard of training and community engagement with all agencies in the state.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner El Hassan.
Good morning, Mr. White. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Ma'am.
I understand that in your role as deputy chief, you obviously have management and administrative responsibilities. I think you indicate that you're responsible for 14 commands. Leadership and management of a police department recognizably is a little bit different than management and leadership of a Department of Civil Rights and the staff's needs that currently exist in the department. I don't know if you're familiar with the survey that was conducted a few months ago. In any event, if you can explain a little bit about your management and leadership style and differentiate, if you do see a difference between what you currently do today in managing and what you expect to do in the future if you do attain this position as executive director.
Yes, ma'am. As assistant chief, I'm responsible, as I indicated on my resume, for 14 commands. The type of leader that I am is I like to fashion myself as an all-inclusive manager. I really do believe in this notion of human resources, meaning that the people are your most important resource. So it's imperative that you engage them, that you train them, that you encourage them, and also that you mentor, and that you set them up for success. You assist them in identifying their own weaknesses, and you assist them in correcting those weaknesses in areas that you can. So I guess the answer to the question is I'm an all-inclusive manager. I consider myself to be more or less a manager coach. I'm able to make the tough decision, and as an assistant chief, you know, I've had to make some very difficult decisions. Probably the most difficult decision I've ever made is having to take someone's job, having to terminate, and that's a very difficult decision to have to do, and I don't take that lightly. But I certainly understand the importance of when you have to do it, but you have to do so thoughtfully. And you have to keep in mind that we're dealing with human beings, we're dealing with people. And so I'm very people focused, very people centered. As it relates to this position, I think leadership is leadership. I think if you lead the appropriate way, you set the tone and leadership at the top, you set expectations, you inspect what you expect, you do random audits, you ensure compliance on the directives that you've given, you lead with distinction. You recognize that the seat that you occupy is not yours to keep, but it's your responsibility to keep it pristine while you're in it, and to ensure that others want it, that work for you. That's my philosophy. Just that they won't want it while you're in it, but certainly that they want it at some point. And you can do that by setting exemplary leadership and guidance. I do see that there will be a very significant difference from the standpoint of day-to-day operational requirements. I do report to the chief of police as his assistant chief. The chief of police, through his assistant chiefs and deputy chiefs, reports to the board of police commissioners. So that's very similar to this dynamic as executive director. So I'm comfortable and familiar with that process. But I think in law enforcement, it's very hierarchical, paramilitary, and certainly in this environment, that's not the case. So that's the most significant change, is just the nature in which you go about the business of the work. But the leadership component, I think, stays the same. I think the responsibility to report, to direct, to guide, to mentor, and to lead with distinction is consistent in any leadership seat one sits in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Kopak?
I noticed in your resume that you've attended and received Wayne State University Leadership Academy, and also that you attended Michigan State University Supervision and Leadership. And I mean, you also have, you know, some very distinguished degrees and background in terms of your counseling, your sociology, and so on and so forth that translate into the kind of the metrics of this department. What I was curious is how would you translate those leadership academies in your training at Michigan State University in leading a department of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, which according to the surveys has numerous issues and concerns regarding staff, regarding morale, and regarding general overall, I guess, perception by the public.
Yes, ma'am. So one of the things I got from the Leadership Academy is the importance of data and using data to drive your focus, listening to the data. One of our instructors used to say often, let the data talk to you. So when we look at, some of the issues from the employee engagement surveys, from the community surveys, we can identify what the focus of our immediate attention should be. And one of the things that I like to do, even in the seat that I'm in, we know that we have a lot of little problems, but certainly we can't fix everything at once. We can give everything some attention, but in order to check the box of completion, we have to categorize them in order of importance, all of them being important, but what is the most emergent issue right now that we need to have corrected? And how do I track the success in that work? So I think I can transfer a lot of those skill sets to this position. I think I can take a lot of the training that I've had, but I will tell you that I am extremely data driven. I am a believer that you listen to your data and that you set up your metrics based on the information that you've gleaned from surveys, from getting information from people. As it relates to morale is always an issue, but at the core of morale, oftentimes we find that an employee is unheard. And we can do some things with morale as it relates to just talking to our people. One of the things that I do at my command is I call it a diagonal slice meeting. And that means that everybody under my portfolio I meet with, regardless of rank. So if you're the person who sweeps the floor, or the person who fills the cars up with gas, or the person who purchases the car, at some point in a quarter, you are going to be at the table and discussing the issues that impact your day and your work and how it impacts others in their day and their work. And I think that's important. It's important to hear from all facets of an organization. Everyone counts, everyone is important. And though their immediate assignment may not be as robust as some assignments, it's robust to them. It's their responsibility and they want to be successful. All employees generally want to be successful. And frankly, when it comes to some morale issues, I think that it can be resolved or improved, maybe not resolved, but certainly improved when management listens and they have access and they feel heard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from any other commissioners? Commissioner Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. White, for joining us today. Commissioner Grimm here. The department has 5 divisions, which is enforcement, investigation, deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach, and the Michigan Women's Commission. Excuse me. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve the goals of each of these divisions with a limited budget in light of the pandemic and the challenges that will come up with the pandemic? Currently, the employees are working 4 days a week. They're working from home. What about accountability of our employees and the challenges of limited resources? How would you deal with this as the executive director? Loaded question.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of challenges right now, unprecedented times, to say the least. I think that the first thing you need to do is start off by putting people that know the organization near you, meet with the people who are doing the work, know that you're not the smartest person in the room because you have a title, and put the smart people that are doing the work near you to teach you and to inform you what's going on before you make any decisions. What's going on? What do we need? What's the impact of COVID? What's the impact of working from home? And then once you solidify that team and become informed, then you need to set standards and guidelines and your expectations, period. And your expectations need to be clear. They need to be based on policy. And you need to be approachable to discuss those who feel that maybe some rule or policy does not apply any longer or is unreasonable. And I'm being very general, but that's how I would go about the business of it. That's a lot of divisions, and certainly each and every one of them need one-on-one interaction, but then there needs to be a group discussion as well. And I would have to get into the details of the impact of working from home in each division. What have we lost as a result of working from home? I'd like to see the data tell me what was the world like pre-March 14, 2020, pre-COVID, when this thing hit. How efficient were we? What were our complaints? How did we react to our complaints? What was the turnaround on the complaints? I would want to look at the metric that tells me what is my responsibility to turn around a complaint? Is it 30 days? Is it 20 days? And what's the impact of COVID? Have we moved on that? Are we backlog on complaints? And if we are backlog on complaints, then that's an unacceptable standard, because certainly if people are coming here to be heard and to bring us a problem, then we have a responsibility to them to respond to that problem efficiently. So where can we gain efficiencies? Can we scale to efficiency? Can we streamline some things? Can we leverage technology to help us? So there's a number of questions. I'll probably drive people crazy asking a million questions, but I think before we can make informed educational decisions, or we have to have the answers to the questions, and we have to assess the data, and we have to talk to the people who are on the ground that are doing the work before we come in as the new person with a bunch of rules based on something I did somewhere else. That would not be fair to this honorable board. It would not be fair to the people who are doing the work today. And frankly, it would set me up for failure. So I would take time to inform myself, learn, listen, and really allow people who know the work to download on me what I need to know. And certainly, as the new person, I know that what I get the first few months may not be fully representative of everything I'll get in that first year. And then from that, move forward.
Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Roberson?
Most of mine have been asked and answered, but Chief White, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I just had one. The Michigan Department of Civil Rights collaborates with other agencies at the state level, certainly with outside organizations. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on maintaining this sort of independence that's needed for the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, and how you would navigate maintaining that independence while you also do collaborations with other outside organizations.
That's a great question. So I think not knowing all of the pieces to that, it's very similar to representing the Detroit Police Department and other police departments, but recognizing I'm the executive director, assuming I would get the position for this organization, and the rules and the responsibilities that I have as that representative and ambassador are very clear. First and foremost, I think engaging with all those different agencies is very important, but our stance and our position as an agency, an independent agency, is also important. And I think that every opportunity that I get to represent this organization, its principles, values, when it was established, why it was established. It's my understanding that there was initially 4 key areas in 1963 that were expanded in 1976 to include other areas to ensure that there's not discriminatory practices in those areas as well. Everything from marital status, religion, race, sex, height, weight, those things are important. And that's a lot of work, and that level of responsibility is important. And certainly make sure that when I speak, that it's clear who I represent. And again, attempt my very best to do that with distinction and appropriateness. And I'm absent any more information. I'm limited in how I can answer it.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Combs?
Yeah, so I just like to, shall I say, enlarge or expand upon the point you just made, Deputy Chief. So you're talking about in the strategic plan, your vision would be developing a metric for stakeholder participation, identifying your stakeholders across the board and engaging them through some sort of strategy to bring them in as participants on the problem-solving strategy of the Department of Civil Rights. Your thoughts?
Sorry, at the very beginning of that, I didn't get you said my response, or did you ask me a
It
question?
seems like your thoughts were, you mentioned about engaging all individuals who were important in the Department of Civil Rights, from the person that swept the floor to the person that cleaned the windows. And I guess what I was saying, it seems to me that your vision is one that in your strategy, you would develop a metric for stakeholder participation.
Absolutely.
As well as stakeholder participation across the board with those departments that the Department of Civil Rights engages, and then have them engage with you to move along the paradigm for solutions. Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying. And I think that that's key. If I can expand on that a little bit, I think that certainly using metrics to determine, and there's two tracks. The track that I spoke of specifically to morale, I feel in my experience and personally, times that over the years that my morale has gone through some ebbs and flows, had more to do with just being heard. You know, a high level position is simply that. It's a title, but it doesn't mean you're the person that knows how to do every aspect of every job. And I think it's imperative to talk to the people who do the work and engage them and show them a level of appreciation and respect for the work that they do. And any small changes you can make to make their day go a lot better, whether it be simply giving them a working computer or something as simple as that, can go a long way. And sometimes that gets lost in the fray with high level decision making, and people general needs get missed. And oftentimes that leads to morale crisis in organizations. But getting to stakeholder engagement, I do believe that the employees are stakeholders. And I do believe that there needs to be a metric to engage them, whether it be through surveys on just the level of happiness they have in the assignment, or what we can do as a management team to make their day better within reason. I mean, obviously there's some people you're not going to be able to do anything for. And as it relates to our key stakeholders outside of the organization, but those partners, that engagement is also very important. To set the standards of the organization, to let them know the path that we are attempting to take, and the importance of them being partners with us. And I also would think that it's imperative to measure stakeholder engagement. You know, how are we doing with it? I mean, are we just talking to the same 5 people? You know, or can we engage others? Who's new to the block, so to speak? Who can we engage this year that we didn't engage last year? What benefits do they bring to the conversation? Where are we at with mental health and law enforcement? You know, what's that level of engagement looks like? So those types of concepts and questions I would ask.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. Comments from any other commissioners? Okay, seeing no hands raised, would you like to make any closing comments?
I just want to thank you all for this opportunity. I'm honored to be chosen. I know a number of people put in for this position, and just to simply be selected to come in with this group of 7 is an honor for me. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from you very soon.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Commissioners, Mr. White was our last scheduled interview for the morning before our break, but we are ahead of schedule. So I leave it up to the body if you want to take a brief break now or continue on with our next candidate. Can I see a show of hands of those who would like to take a break now? Those who would like to continue on with our next candidate? Okay, looks like everyone's hand is raised on that. So we will continue on with our next candidate, Director Engelman. Our next candidate is Felipe Lopez Sastiada. And I know he's going to have to correct my pronunciation of his name.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will escort him in.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, this is Portia Roberson. Commissioner Roberson. I'm sorry. I am going to have to drop off at a certain point and then rejoin, assuming that we will still be moving forward. I will be watching, but I won't be participating as much during the 12 o'clock hour. So I just wanted to let you know. I don't know how much farther we'll get. Who knows at this point? But I just wanted to let my fellow commissioners know that.
Okay, thank you. With the way it's looking, we may actually be doing our break during that time.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning to all the commissioners. Thank you. I'm doing well.
Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record, provide the correct spelling, and then give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in the position?
Yes, so my name is Felipe Lopez Sustaita, Felipe Lopez Sustatia, Sustaita. And then the reason why I'm interested in this position and who I am also, right? Madam Chair, was that the question, who I am and why I'm interested?
Give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position. Yes.
Okay, so to start with, I just want to acknowledge my ancestors. Because of them is that I'm here. I am their wildest dream, sitting here and being with you all today. All their sacrifice, all the hard work that they did for my parents that immigrated and brought me into this country. I'm an immigrant from Mexico, a proud immigrant that came to Texas, and we came in search of a better life to the United States from San Luis Potosi, from a village down there, Concepcion. And we immigrated and we worked in the field. So that's my background. I worked in Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, and Michigan my entire childhood. I grew up having to learn English at the school. And then we grew up in poverty, right? So I experienced discrimination. I experienced a lot of things as a young child. And so I started working at 4 years old. I slept in the floor my entire childhood until I came to Michigan State in 2001. That was the first time, youngest of 8. And so that's a little bit about myself. In a nutshell, it just made me who I am. I went through the school system, got an undergrad in criminal justice, got a master's in social work, and then got a doctorate in education. And through all that journey, that's a reason why I'm interested in this position. I currently am the executive director of the Hispanic Latino Commission of Michigan. I've been there a little bit over 4 years. And there's something about being at the table and being the voice for people that have been disenfranchised, but understanding it too firsthand of my own journey and my own process of learning from people. And that is what drives me to this position, is to be and to represent all, not just the Latino community, but the indigenous, the Asian Pacific, the Middle Eastern, LGBTQ, the persons with disabilities. Everybody is so important. So that's why I'm interested. And then one last thing that I'll mention that kind of shaped my life. As a little boy, I was working in Coloma, Michigan, hoeing over in the flowers and everything, and I was with my father. And the farmer was really rude to my dad. I remember I was only like 6, 7 years old, and that was very hurtful to see my father being treated in a very degradative and negative way, and I couldn't do anything, right? So that's haunted me for all my life. That's been my life work. Seeing my father being mistreated has been something that has brought me here today.
Thank you very much. Questions from commissioners? Anyone with your hand raised? Commissioner El Hassan?
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you giving us that background. I could certainly relate as the daughter of immigrants. So thank you to you and all the great work that you've done over the years to really set the path forward for the Hispanic community. If you could just share with us what you believe to be the 3 main civil rights issues currently facing the state of Michigan, and discuss or elaborate on one issue and how you would address it as executive director of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot to pick from, but obviously COVID-19 has shown a lot of things that, the data collection, the number of the minority communities, the poor communities that have been affected by COVID-19 is one that it's affecting in everything, economics, children in school. So it's brought a lot of things, the COVID-19 pandemic. And so that's one of the issues. Another one that comes up is policing. We've seen what has happened throughout the country with multiple people that have been murdered. And because of technology, we've been able to capture that, right? And I worry. I have four children. They're 4 boys, 4 brown boys, right, that are 10 and under. And so in the world that we're living in with a pandemic and then raising 4 boys, I worry about the safety of people of color and the discrimination that happens. And again, this happens in the Native community, with the xenophobia. We can go on and on, right, with LGBTQ plus issues that are hitting. And again, it's wrapped around again with the inequalities that we've had for many generations, and they're just coming out because of social media. People are able to do that. So that's the second one, the policing and the justice, and then COVID-19. And then the third one is discrimination in general with communities. We've always had a problem with equity, with the hiring process, how we've been used to the same systems of doing work, right? So we never think about training people in diversity and inclusion when we put, and the governor has come out and said that she's created something to hold people accountable in terms of the hiring. I think that's very important. The way we write job descriptions, the way we interview, all those things are things. And education can go in there as well. The disproportion with the COVID-19 with people that don't have internet and are struggling with that. For the Latino community, language is something that is very, very prominent too. And I know when the pandemic hit and executive orders were coming out, our commission voiced our concern that the Middle Eastern, the Asian Pacific, the Latino community were not receiving those documents in a language that they could understand. And so we pushed hard, and then you saw all these translations. And so that's been something that is important, right? Because sometimes when you're part of the majority of a group, or you have a sense of entitlement, you don't think about that. But again, with my background as a migrant worker, an immigrant, and first generation American, you think about all those things. So I would say those are the things. And then one thing that I know we're working hard on is Census 2020. Obviously we've looked at the numbers, we looked at the data, and we're very concerned with that. So those are just, a few. And then how would I address them? I would take that approach. Like, for example, I'm a former migrant worker, right? And so right now, the governor put out, and we helped, our commission helped with getting that migrant workers, because they are the backbone of food security. They're the ones picking, they're the ones doing this work. We wanted to make sure that they're safe, that we protect them. And because they're so vulnerable with the health issues and with sometimes being undocumented, just being there and being a voice, right? And when other people, because sometimes when you're in these conversations, there's very few people that came out of the fields, right? And are challenging that notion of what it is to be out there and to still have family. And so that's always been my approach, is to bring my knowledge and my training to the table. And again, in different facets, as you saw from my resume, I've been to multiple countries. I've done work in Africa, in Ukraine, in Greece, in Panama, and I've listened to the concerns. It's intelligence studies, really what it is in any approach, in any situation that I mentioned, is you have to do an intelligence study. You can't come out with solutions that you think you already have the answer. You have to listen to people, and you have to garnish support from other partners. And so that's always been my approach, is that, and I'll give one example. When the xenophobia was coming out with the pandemic, the Asian Pacific Commission chair reached out to the Latino Commission and said, look, what can we do, right? And I talked to their chair, and those are the things that you have to do. You have to collaborate. It's not only when you have an issue that you reach out to others, but it's always constantly. And so that's how I operate. That's the way I solve whatever problem, big or small, is by collaborating and by listening. So that would be my approach to all those issues that I just mentioned.
Thank you. Commissioner Sakwa?
Thank you again for coming in. Your resume was incredibly impressive. So I had the opportunity we had a migrant workers meeting. It wasn't very well attended, but I'd never been to a migrant workers a farm where they lived. My eyes were wide open. I came home. I called people, my children first and foremost. And by and large, what I got out of that was that the ones we got to meet with were pretty happy because they weren't afraid to show up and talk, nor were the farmers. So my question is, where I feel our departments fail them is, how do we get them to show up and not be afraid that something bad is going to happen? This is a portion of our state, obviously our country, that people down here in Southeast Michigan don't talk very much about, because quite frankly, they're not on TV every day and it doesn't affect us every day, but indirectly it does, because no food, we don't eat. And so I just want to hear your take on it, because I think that your take on it will mean more to me, having you been a migrant worker yourself. I want to hear it.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sakwa. And I went to some of the hearings that you guys had in Traverse City, and I saw it's really about relationships. It's about community. As the executive director of the Hispanic Latino Commission, I was privileged to do my intelligence study that first year, 2 years. I drove, close to 30,000 miles, and doing exactly what you're saying, right? The background to it is showing up at times, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. We were at the farms, dairy farms, and we still do it, right? But because of everything that's going on with the Border Patrol, with ICE raids, it's very difficult. It's a very difficult time that people, even that are U.S. citizens, have this fear. And so for me, the advantage that I always had, I have family that work in the Border Patrol. I meet with ICE, right? But my community trusts that I will do the right thing, because like I told you, I am an immigrant and I did work in the field. So it brings this sense of trust, and not only with the people, right, but with the people actually doing the work in DHHS. And I just wanna thank here publicly all the workers that work with the farm workers, because sometimes you have to go through them in order to get a showing of people show up. You have to have those relationships with the people they trust. And so I learned that really quick was the best approach is when I went with the workers, the state of Michigan employees that work with migrant workers, that opened the door for me, right? And they introduced me, and they were able to be there. And usually you get 10 seconds. You get 10 seconds to gain their trust, or they're gonna close the door on you. I am very fortunate to be able to speak Spanish fluently, and can easily just strike a conversation and be able to have their doors open. But again, and you have to have a group of people of obviously help your staff, right? If you're leading a department like this, you gotta work with them and train them and have those things. But you're absolutely right. It is a difficult task. But like I said, for me, that's what has worked is by creating relationships with those they trust, and then me being included there. And then, I mean, it's two ways. All the information that I would get from them, I would bring to the table, right? Because there's very few of us migrant workers that make it to this level to ever, earn a doctorate degree and do this work. So I'm very privileged and very humbled, and again, I didn't do this alone. There's many people, many of my mentors, and I'm a very spiritual person. So I know that my creator has guided me through this. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Sakwa.
I appreciate your time very much, and I want to congratulate you on your story. It's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Sakwa.
Commissioner Kopak.
Thank you for coming. And I've heard you speak in in different public forums, and I congratulate you on your achievements, especially looking at your resume. I never realized the international achievements and studies that you had completed. And being a daughter of immigrant parents, and my father was also a farm worker, I congratulate you on achieving your doctorate and your international studies. One of the things I know you kind of alluded to, how you work in terms of your data-driven and metrics and your achievements at the commission that we currently work. But I was curious, what lessons did you learn in your international studies that would currently apply to issues affecting us today in this country?
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner Kopak, and it's been a pleasure, seeing you in different forums and having an opportunity. I always, I have to, before I answer the question, Commissioner Kopak, that the reason I'm here is because a gentleman from Southwest Detroit, Rudy Hernandez, who actually went to the fields and recruited me, right, and gave me an opportunity. He was an admission counselor at Michigan State University and took a chance on me. I couldn't read or write at the time. I had a 13 on my ACT, and he took a risk, right? He gave me the opportunity that so many of us wish we had, and that our parents had, and that everybody has. So what that taught me, I'll segment into that question, is that being in areas like in Africa where there's so much poverty, and seeing how the resilience of people, how, there was these cars, they're called trotros, and they would make a running car out of nothing, right? Out of physically anything. And so what I realized, going to Greece and meeting immigrants from Cuba, meeting immigrants from Armenia, and talking to them and putting myself out there, because I backpacked as well through different countries, so that I could put myself in what my parents felt like coming into this country. And my mom still doesn't speak English, and she's almost 80 years old. What I learned is that the resilience, right, of people, and we're not asking for handouts. I don't think immigrants are asking for handouts. They're just asking for opportunities for somebody to make it. Dr. King did spectacular work, and a lot of people that aren't mentioned, right, with the work he did. But the desegregation is something that I love about this country, because going to Ukraine, there was no color, right? So entire buses would start looking at me and kind of weird. And there was, the gypsy community, and I learned so much. I learned so much about my experiences internationally, of how to just be with people, how to come into communities and then welcome people, right? Michigan prides itself in welcoming people, international people, all kinds of people. And so, yeah, and so that's what I would say. I learned so much. I mean, I was just, I'm a Kellogg Fellow as well. And I'm privileged to be with them. They took me to New Mexico in January, and I got to go to a reservation with the Pueblo Indians. And so amazing, right? To see New Mexico natives living very similar to areas in Africa or areas in Greece. And so that gives me a perspective, right, of just people in general. Sometimes we focus too much on race and color and not really the people. And so I think that's what it taught me, Commissioner Kopak.
And I just had a second question. You know, with all the unrest that's going on in this country today, and with your experiences, not only in your current situation, but traveling globally to interact with people of all kinds, of all races, of all different levels of economics, what would be your recommendations? And I know you alluded to one of them is education, but how would you recommend to some of the urban cities that they could address some of their concerns?
Yes, it is very difficult because I spent some time with some teachers in Flint, right, going into the schools and just seeing how broken, you know, because I come from a school in Covert, Michigan. It was mostly African American, and I also went to an all-white school in Hartford, Michigan, back when I was younger. Now they're more mixed. But I've seen the injustices, right? Even in Texas when I went to an all Latino school. And so the way, you know, it's helping people just educate parents, being there, mentoring, teaching them how to run for office, right? So many times we're the majority, and yet we're not running our cities. We're not, there's no pathway to leaderships in community colleges or different arenas where people can thrive in businesses, right? Often we're not there. And so I would work with the inner cities or with the leadership, right? Because sometimes we think of leaders with people that have letters before their name or after their name, and we don't think of the paletero or the spiritual healer, right, in the Native community, our elder. And so, you know, working in the African American community too, we're all different, right? There's no size fits all, but you have to have that knowledge to be able to make some progress. So that's what I would do. Again, it's an intelligence study that you investigate the community, and then you figure out a plan for that community. It can be a one size fits all cookie cutter approach, because as we all know, we're all different, right? And so but that's always been my approach, is that, you know, Flint would look very different than Covert, Michigan. Covert, it used to be traditionally African American. Now it's 50-50 Latino and Black. And so, so yeah, I mean, just understanding that itself is powerful, and how do you help that community thrive? So that would be my suggestion and my approach as a leader, is to talk to the people that know the community very well and that are well situated there.
One last question. I know that the Michigan Department of Civil Rights is very different from the department that you currently run, but, you know, knowing that, you know, you operate with with metrics and intelligence in terms of making your assessments, how would you deal with a very low morale problem in a department?
Yes, that's very important. You know, when I used to be at Lansing Community College, I spent 8 years there, and I went there into a situation that it was deflated, right? The Latino community, it was just deflated. We had a previous director that there had been some investigations. And so coming in, not only do you have a deflated community, you have an institution, right? And so it took me 8 years to work diligently, to do my intelligence study, and to gather people, to be able to have some direction, right? Like a a strategic plan that would show everybody what are we, what's the end game, right? What is the end game? What are you bringing to the table? And then, but when you're doing that, you're galvanizing the students in that sense. But I also had the same situation in our Hispanic Latino Commission. I came into a situation that was very difficult in terms of morale with our community, the relationship with state departments, the relationship with our stakeholders. And that's why I had to drive, the 40,000 miles is to fix that and to show, right, to show my heart. Because at the end of the day, if you're not willing to be vulnerable and be willing to work and roll up your sleeves, a lot of people won't be willing to trust you. And so for me, it's always been about if the table's not big enough, if the people that are in decision making, then you make it longer. And that's how you gain trust. And then you also have to, so with the commission, we did a strategic plan, the first one that we've ever had in 2017. And that has really helped us so that our community can hold us accountable. If we tell you these are the 3 things that we're working with, at the end of the day, judge us on that, right? Sometimes we have a pandemic, right? And things kind of don't go the way that we were looking at, and you adjust. But at least you have something, right? And so again, we were able to the commission is amazing, right? We came in, there was a lot of turnover. People would come in, they would leave, come in, leave. But now we have such a solid group. And I think, again, it's because of the direction and then commitment and alignment. Once you got that going, then you have an organization that's like a well-oiled machine.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yes, Commissioner Copac.
Thank you. I do have a question. One of the criticisms that the department and the commission has received is that we are not proactive enough, that we are sometimes reactive. Looking back on the climate in the city, in the state, and in the country, say the past 6 months, if you have been the director of the department during this time, are there 1 or 2 things that have happened that you as executive director would have recommended to the commission that we be proactive on instead of reactive?
Yeah, and again, my commission is very specialized on the Latino community, but it's communicating, right, with other commissions. When the xenophobia came up, like we were quick, and that's quick to support them and to be, with them. With a Muslim ban, same thing. But for us personally, we've had a struggle since 2016 with the whole build a wall, and we've been very vocal about that, about the ICE raids and everything. And like I said, I have family that work in border patrol. I meet with ICE regularly. Like, you need that kind of ability to do that, right? You represent a community that is being hit hard, but you're also able to go with the people doing it and do their concerns, show up their concerns. But we're very vocal when it comes to DACA. DACA came out and we've supported DACA because it doesn't only affect the Latino community, it affects many young children. And so yes, I mean, and I can't criticize the commission, right? Because I don't know to what extent, but yes, sometimes you have to be willing to fight, and I know that all of you put out a statement when what happened with George Floyd in Minnesota, and that was strong. And that sometimes need to happen, even if you have a lot of opposition. Like, I would feel comfortable coming strong if the commissioners, and that's what I've done in my role with my commission, if they still feel strongly about something, I am going to step up. Like, and if I feel very strongly about something, I would also talk to the commission about support, garnering support without being threatening or yeah. But no, I do believe that we have to sometimes stand firm and clear on issues, and I feel comfortable, right, with whatever that is, because if you're hurting, then I'm hurting. We can't let what happened with the Holocaust, when everybody kept turning their face, right? Because it wasn't affecting them. We have to step up for people in general. And I think this is what this commission is about, is stand up for what is right, for people's human rights. People fought and died for this. And so that's how I feel about that is, yes, I would stand up strong and firm with whatever situation if it's hurting somebody.
Thank you very much. Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Combs and then Commissioner Gaskell-Bentley.
Yes, Philippe, you have an extraordinary chronology of achievements in your resume. It's really appears that you almost are overqualified for the position. But that said, it appears that you have an understanding from what you have articulated of the governor's executive orders, particularly the ones that deal with the pandemic of racism being a public health crisis, as well as the implicit bias training that she is recommending. And I want to know your thoughts on those two things that the Honorable Governor has called for the Department of Civil Rights to address, as well as your thoughts on the Civil Rights Department focusing on the need for enforcement of statutory requirements, minority participation in state contracts for businesses that receive federal dollars. There's been seemingly a fall off of participation of minorities in receiving contracts with the state. The number at one time was as high as 10%. In our last meeting with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, that number had fallen to 3%. So I imagine that I've layered the question here.
Yes.
But if you could answer the executive orders, as well as the need for there to be a focus on encouraging businesses across the state of Michigan and 83 counties on pursuing minority participation in these contracts that they're issuing across the state where they're receiving federal dollars. Your thoughts?
Yes, so I'll start with the executive orders. I think that coming from a background in higher education and always being a proponent of having a fair shot, right, when you interview or you're looking at things. So I think it's important that you train committees that are hiring, to be able to have that training of implicit bias and diversify those interview questions, the way we do business, right, to make it fair for communities, especially of color, that have been disenfranchised and sometimes not they're just in a disadvantage. It's like being in third base and I know personally, because like I told you my story, I've had to learn all this and then teach people that I mentor. So I think it's a great way of trying, right? It's a very heavy lift. I don't know if it might take years, but it's a step in the right direction. I think that doing that and putting people in alert that somebody's watching, there's going to be accountability of how you do business and how it's been done. I think it's important and I applaud the effort for doing that. And there is so much that I can say about that, but I, like I said, I truly believe that if you want a diverse group of people really working, then you have to do things different. And I think that's one. It's just the way we do business. So and then I'll go into the business, right? The business is something that I saw as well coming. One more thing about the training and all that implicit bias. So education, right? We're always talking about how there's not enough people of color in teaching positions, especially Black men, brown men, right? Not being able to. Working in higher ed, it makes it very difficult. Like you have to do your 4 years, then you have to do a year of residency, non-paid, right? For somebody that's, a farm worker or from the barrio or from a reservation or from the hood, it's very difficult, right? It almost weeds them out. And so So again, it goes back to this whole thing. Somebody needs to know. But if we're not talking about it and nobody's talking about it, then it's not going to happen. So yes, we need that. In terms of the businesses, I agree with you. When I came in, that's the first thing I noticed. I said, we're the Hispanic Latino Commission. We want to do business with vendors that are minority owned. And we had a problem. It's like, oh, there's none. You have to go with this. And so we had to create that pipeline. We had to go to businesses and then help them register, right? And that's not a one group thing. That takes a village. It takes all of us and everybody watching to be able to even the playing field. And so, but again, we're talking about it, right? And that's a start. Is that it's not just a Latino group. It's the Native, the African American, the Asian. We're not in the game. We're not vendors, right? It's a very difficult process. And so it goes back to my thing about when you're interviewing people, you have to know this community might not have the skill or the tools to be able to do it. So we have to do something about it. And so I fully agree with you that it's unacceptable that we go from 10% to 3%. So I hope that answers.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Combs.
Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Gaskell Bentley, yes. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you for showing an interest in the director's position. My question is, seeing as how you shared your story and everything, and I greatly appreciate that. Being Native American, we know what it means to be able to share our stories and to take the lessons from our childhood to bring into better situations. Could you share with us an example of a controversial situation you encountered in your professional life and explain how you handled it and why?
Yes, there's been so much, but I've learned a lot having a commission of 15, and they've been absolutely amazing. All my commissioners have worked with me and taught me, right? Because I came in from higher ed into politics, and I wasn't polished. I didn't know how to work with a board, so it's very difficult, right? Because nobody taught you. It goes back to what I was telling Commissioner Combs. Nobody teaches you these things. You just, again, I think my creator has guided me through this process. And sometimes that's all you have, right? It's your teachings from your ancestors, the teachings that you have. And so that was an interesting process. At the beginning, you come into a controversy, a commission that has been controversy, and you think about it like, do I leave? Like I came into the fire, and then everything feels like can you do it? And so for me, it's always been the teachings, right? The teachings of my parents that have taught me to treat everybody with respect, from a homeless person to the king or queen or president, that you treat them all with dignity and respect. And I knew that, but I learned it even more going into a leadership position where, as you know, this commission is I feel like ours too. It's like Republican and Democrat, and walking through those lessons that I had to learn. And so for me, that was a big controversy, coming in and not having, I always joke about this, but sometimes when you're a first generation college student and you're writing a dissertation or something, I can't just call my dad, or I can't just call somebody. So I've relied on my elders, on my community that have mentored me, right? And I've relied heavily on the Rudies of the world that still, after 20 some years, still guiding me. And so, but that's what I learned, when it got really rough, because it's a learning curve working with a commission. And I think anybody that comes here has to know that there is rules that you abide with, and that you cannot speak for yourself. You speak for the commission. And so I had to learn that. And for me, that was, first year and a half. And I worked through it. I learned, I keep my commissioners abreast of what I'm doing, bi-weekly reports. I check in. I'm constantly communicating because you don't want to show up to a meeting and then not know. You don't want them to not know, and you don't want to, not know something. So yeah, that was trying times for me, and I learned, and my commissioners have been so gracious. So that's what I would say to that, Commissioner Casco.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Brown?
Hi, Felipe. I have worked with Felipe, not directly, but we had interaction as the Asian Commission for me and as for the Latino Hispanic Commission. So thank you for coming, and appreciate everything you are doing for the Hispanic community. The department has 5 divisions: enforcement, investigation, deaf, blind, of hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, and the Michigan Women's Commission. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve the goals of the department with a limited budget and the challenges in light of the pandemic?
Yeah, that's a really good, question. And this is why I think I'm here, right? I feel that eh, all my experiences, all my life experiences have brought me to this point where I feel comfortable. I actually met with the Women's Commission, and they talked about Latina equity pay, right? And we're having conversations as a Hispanic Latino Commission. And you cannot ignore that, right? That women in general, all the issues. I mean, we just celebrated yesterday the achieving to vote, right? And so all those things are important. And again, the way you do it is by going in and learning, right, from each of these 5 that you mentioned: the deaf and hearing, um, peoples with disabilities, all these. And these are things that I've done in my career. I was a mental health therapist, and I knew how budgets back then were being limited, right? And so I understand firsthand how the people that are me as a therapist, I knew how people were being cut hours and money. And that was, 10 years ago. It's getting worse now with the pandemic. And so I just feel confident and comfortable. I have a background I have a master's in social work. So I've done counseling with people with disabilities, with autism. And so I think I just have, all the tools, right, to come in. And again, I know how to work with a commission. I've done it for over 4 years. And then just listening, like I said, and working with them. And I know the Commission of Civil Rights is always on the chopping block, right, because of general funds. So you have to work with the legislature. And I learned this from a good mentor, Bing Goy, right? When we were in the middle of almost getting cut, Bing, pulled me aside, and you rely on people being so gracious to you to help you work with the legislature, so that instead of getting a cut, we got an increase of 25,000, right? And so, but again, you just have to come in and understand, right? Because behind every job, there's people, there's families, there's all these things, and you want to do good by people, and the only way you do it is by learning and yeah, learning, listening to learn. And but again, I know the budget situation is something that is very critical, and everything that you mentioned is very important. Community outreach, I mean, without that, it's so important to build partnerships and relationships. So everything is important, Denise. What I would say is that I feel comfortable with either going to the legislature or partnering with businesses to alleviate some of those costs. And we've done it with the Hispanic Latino Commission. We've partnered with Comcast, with different organizations to pay sometimes for events that, because we don't have the budget, right? We're so limited in staff, interns, and we've done all that to create opportunity for young people to learn from us, and for us to help them, on their journey. So, like I said, I feel comfortable with just coming in and doing the work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Grimm.
Questions from any other commissioners for Felipe? Okay, seeing no other hands raised, would you like to give us a brief closing statement?
Yes, I just want to, thank everybody. I want to thank my 4 boys that are watching. Like I said, I have four boys, 10 and under. Felipe, Amancio, Sioni, Eladio, I love you guys. And again, everything I do is to try to teach, right? Teach my boys that that it's tough. But I'm raising 4 kings, right? And my prayer group. I just want to thank them and my mentors for lifting me up and for being here, and my wife, my beautiful wife, who very supportive. And so that, I'll end with that, and then just obviously our creator for allowing us, everybody on this call and who's listening, to bless us to be here. And I just, and obviously my father, who passed away again because of the pesticides and everything, died very early. I know he's up in heaven watching, and so I just hope I made him proud of what I do. So I'll end with that.
I'm sure you did. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, commissioners, I'm going to pose the question again. We have 2 interviews left. It is now just a few minutes to 12. This is actually when our break was supposed to be ending. Do you want to continue on, take a shortened break?
Lunchtime.
Okay, I will ask other commissioners, is that fine with everyone? We'll just take a brief lunch break. Is that good with everyone? If I can see a show of hands with everyone that that's good for.
Find the word short lunch break.
Well, initially our break was planned for 30 minutes. We can keep it at 30 minutes and return at 12:30, or we can shorten it and return at 12:20, just take a 20-minute break. I leave it up to the commissioners.
I have to go out. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Okay, and since Commissioner Roberson had her other commitment also, we will go on and we'll break for 30 minutes now. The meeting will be recessed until the call of the chair, asking everyone to return at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Do we keep the Zoom on or we just go hook it up again? What do you do?
I would say remain zoomed in. You can just turn off your monitor and mute yourself, but we're not going to log out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, can you turn off your camera? Thank you.
Very impressive.
It is 12:30. If we could have all commissioners return. And Director Engelman, if you are listening, if you could make sure that our next candidate is at the computer and ready to go, please.
Madam Chair, this is Mary Engelman. He is ready to go. And so whenever you're ready, I will start the video.
Okay, thank you. And just for our commissioners who are here, well, I'll wait till we convene the meeting and I'll announce our next candidate.
I'm here, but the video's off.
Oh, okay. Will you be turning your camera on shortly?
It says that the host has stopped it.
Oh. Okay.
I must start my video, okay.
Can the host?
Yep, I got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we need another commissioner to make a quorum. Commissioner Grimm, okay. All right. It is 12:32 and the meeting of the Michigan Civil Rights Commission will reconvene. Will the clerk please call the roll? Mr. Levy, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Problems unmuting.
Okay.
Commissioner Chair Clayton.
Present.
Vice Chair Kopak.
Present.
Commissioner Sakwa.
Present.
Commissioner Combs. Commissioner Gasco-Bentley. Commissioner Grimm.
Present.
Commissioner El Hassan.
Present.
Commissioner Robeson. Madam Chair, you do have a quorum present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Gasco-Bentley is present, but I believe you were muted when you said here, Commissioner Gasco-Bentley.
I'm here. Sorry, I must have trouble here.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Our next candidate for interview will be John E. Johnson. Is Mr. Johnson ready?
This is Mary. For some reason, the video is not working. Let me click on that again. Here we go.
Does the host need to enable it? Okay, there we are. Perfect.
Oh, here I am.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record, provide the correct spelling, and then give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position.
The name is John E. Johnson Jr. That's John. E is an elephant, Johnson, then Jr. And you said state the reason why I'm applying?
Well, give us a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in the position.
Thank you. I'm an attorney here in Detroit. I've been practicing for a little more than 41 years. My entire career has been working basically as a public servant, and especially in the social justice arena. I started out at Wayne County Neighborhood Legal Services as a staff attorney, eventually became their deputy director. Then I moved on to Washington, where I was staff attorney with the National Consumer Law Center. I was rehired at Wayne County Neighborhood Legal Services to manage one of their small intake offices in downriver, in River Rouge specifically, where I managed 3 lawyers, a couple of support staff, and a paralegal. I left there to, after I left there, and then I was promoted to manage a larger office for Wayne County Neighborhood Legal Services, about 10 attorneys in our Highland Park, Michigan office. Eventually, I was promoted to be their deputy director. I left there in 1983, and I was hired by the UAW Legal Services Plan, where I worked for them for 7 years in 2 different offices. I started their UAW GM office in the Fisher Building. They started a new. They provide prepaid legal services for UAW members. So I managed initially their UAW GM office. I was promoted to manage their flagship office, the UAW Chrysler Plan, where I had 10 attorneys. Stayed there until 1990. And I was hired to be the chief counsel of the civil division for the Legal Aid and Defender Association. And I managed their civil division, consisting mainly of general civil work, including housing and senior citizen work, domestic relations. I left there, I stayed there until 1997. I left there to become executive director of the Detroit branch NAACP, where I worked there for 2 years as the executive director. That's the largest NAACP branch in the country. At that time, we had about 50,000 members, and I had about maybe 10 staff people. I left there I was rehired at Legal Aid and Defender Association when they got a huge grant from the Legal Services Corporation out of Washington, D.C. And I was hired back as deputy director. And my responsibility as deputy director was to manage the 4 divisions of the Legal Aid and Defender Association offices. I was in charge. I managed the civil division, which again, I was the former chief counsel. Also managed their 2 defender offices, helped manage their 2 defender offices, state defender and federal defender, and also had a juvenile defender office. I stayed there. I was rehired by them in 1999. I stayed there until 2005 when I was appointed corporation counsel for the city of Detroit by Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick. I was corporation counsel from January 2006 through September 2008, when I was basically discharged by the incoming mayor, Ken Cockrell, after Mayor Kilpatrick resigned from office. I've been in private practice pretty much since 2008 until I became the executive director of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus in Lansing. And there I've been the exec director since 2013. Currently we have 28 members in that caucus, and my job is working with policy and coordinating events and advocacy for the caucus. In between there, I still do have a private practice. I do a lot of probate work, but all the time I've maintained my affiliation with the NAACP. Once I left as ED, I came back as their general counsel. I've served as their first vice president for about the past 10 years. I've also been involved in many other social justice activities. I was president of the Michigan Coalition for Human Rights. And also I've been active in the Michigan NAACP, where I was third vice president. And currently I'm chair of their political action committee. I was born and raised in Buffalo, New York, moved here after law school. I went to Howard University undergraduate, Valparaiso University Law School, that's in Valparaiso, Indiana. I've been married for 35 years to former 36th District Court Judge Isaiah Bright. We have 2 adult children, both who currently live in Chicago.
All right, thank you very much. Just following up on your introduction of yourself, your current role working with the Legislative Black Caucus, using that knowledge, if you were to become director of the department, would you recommend to the commission that the commission and the department be more actively engaged in advocating for policy? And if so, are there any particular policy areas where you think the commission could play a role in?
Absolutely. We should be more active in policy work in Lansing. Certainly in the education area, I think we should have some influence in that area. Also, so currently, as you know, you probably know, we're dealing with police accountability issues. And I've been active in my role in ACP and with the caucus and working with an interfaith council and putting forth a number of police accountability issues that are on the table, working with the caucus and putting together some legislation and having those introduced into committee. And we're hopeful to have some of those policy recommendations approved by the legislature during their September session. But those are two that immediately come to mind, along with health disparities, along with certainly employment, workforce development issues, environmental issues, a number of areas in which I think we should have some influence in working with our legislature to certainly form some policy and do some advocacy work with them.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner El Hassan.
Good morning or afternoon now, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
Fine, yourself?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you again for appearing before us. You indicated over the span of your career, namely as a public servant, that you've participated in and been actively involved in a number of social justice initiatives and organizations, and certainly your role with the NAACP gives you a great overview of civil rights organizations and the challenges they face. How would you describe the current challenges facing civil rights organizations in Michigan and the country, and how would you lead the efforts to overcome those challenges?
Well, certainly some of the challenges are that immediately exist finally there's some recognition of civil rights being violated. I think there's been some lip service paid to that over the years, despite the laws that have been passed that guarantee civil rights for all. I don't think they've been enforced, certainly even by the current administration, perhaps. But those are. But I don't think that the civil rights, they're respected, but I don't think we've seen much action in a number of arenas. We've begun to see some as of this year because of some of the protests we've seen because of the George Floyd murder, Breonna Taylor, some of those issues. So we're finally getting some awareness, even in Lansing, we're finally getting some bipartisan cooperation on some of the issues that are important to the civil rights community. But there's certainly more work to be done. And it has to be done through, quite frankly, through a more stronger advocacy effort. The civil rights organizations here in Michigan, pretty much, except for the ACLU, doesn't have a presence in Lansing in terms of an actual body in Lansing advocating for legislative change. And so some of the obstacles are really, and I think the Civil Rights Department can play a big role in reforming some of the strategic partnerships that existed in the past. We should have a close relationship with the ACLU. At one point, the Civil Rights Department was going to the NAACP units, doing some intake out of those units. That has stopped. We need to look at that again. We have a lot of partners out there who I think want to partner with us and would like to engage in civil rights advocacy with us. We have to restart those coalitions and be the person at the table to bring people around the table. I think any organization should, I mentioned this in my last interview, really needs to do somewhat of a needs assessment. We need to bring the Asian American community to the table, the Arab American community to the table, the Native American community to the table, and do a needs assessment of what's going on in our state, in our community, and use that to develop a strategic plan based upon Michigan as a whole, to look at some of the civil rights issues that exist in all of these various communities. And then, because there's strength, there's strength in coalition and strength in partnerships. When the COVID-19, if the pandemic hit us, and I was watching the TV, and we know that I know the incidents of hate crimes have risen against the Asian American community because of their perception that they're somehow responsible for this. And as a result, but when they advertised, when they had an article on TV about who you should call, so the Michigan Civil Rights Department was not mentioned. There were a number of other organizations mentioned, but not us. And I think that's because we've not continued those strategic partnerships and put ourselves in a position where we should be looked at as the premier civil rights agency in the state, and one responsible for eliminating discrimination and providing equal opportunity to all. So if we began to rally with our strategic partners, bring them to the table, begin to look at some of the issues that exist, and then formulate a strategic plan with all of them at the table, then I think we'll all be better served.
Thank you. And please let the record reflect that we have been joined by Bishop Combs. Okay. Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner Sakwa?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I have some questions for you. This is the second time we've gone through the process that you're aware of. The last time, people were concerned that the other candidate worked under Governor Snyder during the Flint water crisis. So I know you worked for Mayor Kilpatrick, and you were the chief legal counsel. So I'm wondering, what, if anything, happened to you during that time? Did you know of anything? If so, what did you do? If you didn't know anything, and then I know there was a reprimand on the Attorney Discipline Board. Can you address that, please?
Sure. Well, I think the record will reflect that what we, and I know you're referencing the text messages, you're referencing a lot of things that came out of that.
I just don't want to come up later if we go down the road and what happened to the other candidate. I don't want that to happen. You don't want to get it out of the way now.
Right. Well, that happened 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, whatever it was, correct. Okay.
Yeah, well, actually more than 10 years ago. It started in 2008. I was reprimanded in 2010, and I was reprimanded for failure to supervise. And that was one of the head of my labor and employment division, Valerie Colbert Asamwadi, who was the primary counsel on this for the city of Detroit. Let me make a distinction here. Corporation counsel is just that, counsel for the corporation, not counsel for the mayor, not counsel for the, or we provide legal services for the mayor, legal services for the city council, legal services for the city clerk, but the responsibility of the client is the corporate body. And that's what we maintained all along, that now even during my disciplinary hearing, that my job was to represent the corporation, not to represent the mayor. He had his own counsel, Sam McCargo, and that was ultimately my responsibility. And it's on the record. The mayor never disclosed to us anything that was in those text messages. We found that out when it hit the free press in January of 2008. He maintained all along that everything in the text messages were embarrassing to him politically, that they had made comments about labor organizations and comments about other people that he felt would affect the city politically if they ever got out. So we asked him constantly if there was anything in there that if he had a relationship with his chief of staff, which ultimately he was found guilty of perjury for lying in court about that. As a matter of fact, if you look at the record, you'll see that Valerie Colbert Asamwadi, the attorney for the city, was the first one to raise that issue in court with the mayor, because again, we were told that he and the chief of staff never had a relationship at all. We later found out that he did through the text messages. And again, the record bears that out, that we were never told any of that. I settled that case. I settled that Brown Northrop case because I was called to a meeting, to a negotiation session that they were having. I was called because Mr. Stefani, the attorney for Gary Brown, had offered a global settlement. So the attorney on this, Valerie, who was on the scene, didn't have the authority to make that settlement, so she called me, and I arrived at the scene in order to negotiate the global settlement. Let me just say, again, as counsel for the corporation, what I didn't like was that even during all this episode, and I think it was a matter of implicit bias by the media, it never came out that the settlement we made was in the best interest of the city. Mr. Brown was awarded $6 million at trial following that verdict. But when you calculated the interest that had accrued since the beginning of the lawsuit, the city owed him $8 million, period. It was $8 million that was owed. Had we appealed it, it would have even gone higher. We all wanted to settle that case except the mayor. He wanted to continue with the matter. We all wanted him to settle because we felt it was based on the verdict and based on how much we owed that we wanted to stop the bleeding financially. When I came to the settlement conference, I was offered a global settlement. That means that we were asked to settle the Brown-Nelthorpe case for $8 million, in addition to a companion case for only $400,000. The companion case we felt was even more explosive than the Brown-Nelthorpe case because it involved the same facts. So we wound up, and it's so funny because we left the negotiations feeling that we had done the city a fantastic service because we had settled both cases for only $8.4 million. The $8 million we actually owed Mr. Brown, along with the $400,000 to get rid of the second case, which we felt would have cost the city a lot more money. So in terms of the actual settlement that I approved, I felt then and felt now that it was the best interest of the corporation to do that. What we didn't know, and I was advised that there were text messages, but again, they were never shown to me by the attorney for the mayor, who was Sam McCargo. That's on the record also. And we were simply told that it had embarrassing information in it. And we just assumed it was the information that the mayor had told us was in there, the politically sensitive information. So I approved the settlement again because monetarily, it was in the corporation's best interest. It was later we found out that all these other statements were in the text messages, which wound up obviously exposing him to a perjury. So now there's no further exposure on that because that's over. I was reprimanded for failure to supervise, and that really came out of a FOIA request from the Free Press. They sent us a request for documents relating to the settlement, and to my knowledge, there weren't any documents related to the settlement at that time. They had discussed settlement, but nothing had been put in writing. Well, I found out later that there had been a document drafted and had been a document signed. And as a result, we didn't answer the FOIA question truthfully, what I found out later. And that began a series of events that wound up the investigation from the prosecutor, which found that there was no criminal liability on my part, and ultimately a grievance with the State Bar of Michigan, which wound up being a reprimand because they felt that I should have known more about this agreement than I was told by Valerie. That agreement came out during the deposition of Mr. Stefani. He produced it, and that's when Valerie told me that she had forgotten it existed. So then what resulted from that was the lawsuit, appeals. We were in touch with the Ethics Commission during the entire time that we were dealing with this because ethically I felt conflicted based on what the mayor wanted me to do, based on what we thought was the best interest of the corporation. But ultimately, I was reprimanded for failing to supervise Valerie, not for any of the underlying instances that were involved in the Mayor Kilpatrick. May I note that as a result of that, I ran in 2009 for the Detroit Charter Commission, was elected by the citizens of Detroit, eventually became the vice chair of that commission, and we used the opportunity to change the charter to reflect that the Corporation Council is in fact the council for the corporation and not for the mayor. We made it an independent department. We took it out of the executive branch because of the conflict that existed. Everybody thought that I was their lawyer. The mayor thought I was his lawyer. The council thought I was their lawyer. And we said, no, I'm the corporation's lawyer. And what I do is in the best interest of the corporation. The mayor benefited from the settlement, admittedly, at least initially, but we felt that so did the city because we saved them an awful lot of money. And the implicit bias I felt that I was subjected to by the media was the fact that no one ever explored the actual contents of the settlement, why we did it, how we saved the city money. They made Stefani into a hero, but never explored the reasons why we did what we did, and always painted us as the villains in the whole episode. I had 30 years of an unblemished record, but I became corp counsel. I served as Wolverine Bar president. I served on State Bar Character and Fitness Committee, and my record was unblemished until that incident occurred. And I felt that the media and everybody was so blurred by the fact that Mr. Kirkpatrick had lied that they didn't go beyond that and look at the people involved in this and why we did what we did. But I don't see any repercussions coming from that because again, that was 10 years ago, and
so please understand the purpose of the question was the media is watching what we're doing, and I want you to have a chance to defend yourself because we went down the road with another candidate and we got all the way to the very end and boom. So I just wanted to be out here now. You defended yourself and people can decide what they want to do, but I really appreciate your long and thorough, well thought out
answer. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Sorry I was so long, but I did want to get it all out.
Well, you usually charge by the hour, I understand.
Okay.
Commissioner Combs.
Yes. And to John Johnson, Juris Doctorate, I salute you today. How are you doing?
Hi, Commissioner. Fine, and yourself?
Better than I deserve, sir. No, I'm really not concerned about most of us, or should I say a number of us have served on the AGC, ADB, or the JTC, and a reprimand is really considered the lower end of the totem pole of any kind of discipline in the first place. So I think you've given a fascinating and an amazing chronology of events. Salute to your extraordinary memory. And the historicity really helps to clear the air about a number of things, not that I had questions of, but I would imagine others may have. I have questions about your management philosophy and then your strategy for policy change. Two things. With regard to management philosophy, I mean, some people categorize it as defensive management, participatory management, or laissez-faire management, the three branches of management. You see yourself as a defensive manager, or participatory manager, or a laissez-faire, hands-off kind of management style and leadership?
Participatory, certainly. When I became corp counsel, it was interesting. I had a deputy corp counsel who really was in charge of legal services for the entire law department. They immediately plugged me into the role of being the external person. That I'd be the person who'd go out and be the face of the department. I would go here, go there. And I said, oh, no. That's not how this works. Yeah, I'm going to be involved in everything. Yeah, I delegate. Believe me, I've learned that. You can't do it all yourself. But no, I'm not the external person. I'm the internal and external person. I believe in management by walking around. I believe in talking to people, finding what's going on, keeping your ear to the ground, because that's how you know what's going on. I believe in talking to everyone in the organization on a constant basis, especially what we call support staff, because that's where you get your most information. They're the ears and eyes of usually of the departments or the businesses. They know what's going on. They hear the calls coming in. They direct the calls to the people. They hear the complaints. They know what's going on. So it's definitely participatory. I've got to know what is going on, and I've got to be able to have a connection with the people who I work with. And in order to do that, you've got to constantly be around them. It was not unusual to find me on any floor in the law department, talking to people, walking around, asking how they were doing, what was going on, because that again helped me to make some decisions as I move forward. So definitely participatory, always open door, always available. And certainly I don't feel there's any job that I should assign to someone that I shouldn't do myself. Not that I do it, because leaders delegate. And I certainly have learned to delegate. I've learned about I went through extensive management training when I was with the UAW. I've learned all about time management, all about conflict resolution, and I learned about reverse delegation. When people won't do something because, and then they try to put it back on you to do it. And one of the interesting things I learned from my boss at the UAW, I walked in one day and saw his desk clear, and said, "How do you do this? I mean, how do you manage this large organization, and your desk is clear?" And he said, "Because I never do someone else's work." And that stuck with me, because oftentimes people, bosses, rather than teach somebody to do something, they'll just do it themselves. But then you're not empowering your staff. You're not allowing them to make mistakes. And people make mistakes. That's okay. You have to, but that comes with the trust. And I exhibited that trust, quite frankly, in answering Commissioner Sakwa's question with my labor employment division chief. Leaders have to trust their staff. And as a result, you delegate. You delegate, and then you follow up, but you delegate. And you're going to delegate when you have trust in the people who you're working with. So as a result, you want to keep your hands in it, but by the same token, you want to make sure that people do their jobs and that they're trained to do their job well. One of the things that people don't like is if they're put in a position and don't know the expectations, don't know the job itself, they're not trained properly. They don't feel that you're transparent. They don't feel you have integrity. They don't feel that that you have a connection with them. And most people don't leave jobs because of money. They leave jobs because of working conditions. They leave jobs because they don't like the environment. They don't like the management. They don't like this. They don't like that. Money is a motivator, but it's not the prime motivator. When people have jobs, they want to be happy. They want to feel fulfilled. They want to be able to feel as if they're doing something rewarding. And they want to be part of the team. They want to feel as if what they have to say has input, and you can listen to them, and they know eventually that you've taken what they've said into consideration before you make decisions. The leader makes the decision. The leader should make the decision based upon input from everybody around him or her, and should do it based upon all the best advice given to you. Ultimately, the buck stops here. And I learned that, by the way, during my attorney discipline hearing. The buck stops here. But by the same token, you have to really empower people in order for them to feel good about what they're doing, in order to make them and make them feel as if they're contributing. Everybody has value, and you have to find that value. And as a manager, you want to act more as a coach to bring out the best in people and to find out what their niche is and have them be more successful than to have them being failed. So you got to find out what it is they're good at and then allow them to do it.
Now, relative to your strategy for policy change, you seem to, in your opening remarks, walk through what Dr. King referred to as the 3 steps to policy change: demonstration on the outside, negotiation on the inside, litigation in the legal system, which was your reference to the ACLU. And I imagine the end run is legislation, getting policy change to bring about the kind of change that can be enforced to reach the goal that you're trying to end up at.
Right.
Your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, policy and policy change requires networking, requires talking to people, requires you can't do it from afar. We're talking about the legislature. You've got to be able to work on both sides of the aisle. You got to determine what policy change you want to make. And then you got to reach those people who are obviously influencers in those policies, and that requires networking, requires relationships, it requires getting to know people. It requires, again, spending time with them at their desk, talking about what's important to them, and then finding out what's important to them, and then trying to meet somewhere in the middle if you can, because you have to listen to everybody. everybody, again, I've said before, everybody has value. You can't operate as a vacuum in that I know it all. You have to be able to be open, listen to people, find out what makes them tick, and then use that in order to be able to reach some sort of agreement on where you want to go. So, right, policy changes come through through a legislative action, public policy changes through public act, through legislation or through litigation. Certainly, you want to choose legislation over litigation anytime, because litigation becomes awfully expensive, awfully adversarial. But if it's necessary, then you have to go that way. But as I've learned from Reverend Wendell Anthony over the years, working with him since 1990 on various issues, sometimes you get more done in the suites than in the streets. It's based on who you know, and again, how you can leverage those relationships. And that's what it's all about, is relationships, relationship building, again, having partnerships. And I can't stress that enough. We're not islands. You know, we're out there in a civil rights community. We take advantage of that, take advantage of everybody who we're working with, and together we can come together, and I think it makes some substantial policy changes.
So under my final question is, under the umbrella of the Honorable Governor's most recent executive order calling racism a pandemic and a public health crisis, and calling for implicit bias training throughout all of the departments, and quite frankly, those individuals who are licensed and credentialed through the state of Michigan, LARA, going through the same to be qualified to be relicensed. The question is this: in the course of this implicit bias training, there is an issue that is currently pending with federal statutory requirements of minority participation in state contracts. Those contracts at one time were as high as 10%. In John Engler's day, they have dropped now down to approximately 3%. And so there's been conversations with the commission prior to Senator Alma Wheeler-Smith retiring, and the presentation given by Ken Harris and the other chambers relative to working with the commission to address this issue. How would you inculcate a strategy to address this issue of participation in contracts, which would increase the economic power of all minority groups if they were engaged on such a level that was reasonable? Your thoughts?
Right. Well, certainly with the current administration, I think that's more viable option in terms of working within the Department of Transportation, where a lot of that money, and because we know we have a constitutional amendment which prohibits preference based on sex or race. However, that doesn't include federal monies.
Right.
So we're talking about the opportunity now through federal monies in order to be able to engage with more disadvantaged business enterprises. And I think, because the executive branch is the one that does the procurement, that's where you got to start. I think the fact that this position has a seat at the cabinet level is critical.
Right.
Because that's where you begin to lobby within the administration, begin to talk to other department heads, begin to talk about what it is that we like to see in our state government through the executive branch. And if you're not at that cabinet table and able to interact with all of those department heads, they have some influence on them, then you're at a disadvantage. But that's a huge advantage to be sitting at that table with everybody, all these department heads, be able to say, look, can I come and meet with you? Can we talk about this? Department of Transportation, Department of Education. They'll be able to sit down and talk to the department heads one-on-one and be able to talk about policy changes that we think will be better for all the folks, all the folks affected in Michigan, and disadvantaged businesses owned by people of color, and certainly women-owned businesses. It's where you begin to begin to have that influence. It's an internal thing. It's relationships, it's networking, and it's being persistent. but it's certainly, that's where you get, to me, the best bang for your buck, because that's who's spending the money. That's who's procuring the contracts. That's who's doing all that. If you're not having any influence with them, then it makes it a harder road to hoe.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Roberson.
I know I'm jumping back in, but
One second, please. Can we please let the record reflect that we have been joined by Commissioner Roberson? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you,
So I just want to ask what your thoughts are, what your initiatives would be for the department. I want to make sure that the department is included in sort of any leadership we take on in terms of having an executive director. So what is your vision for the department and the initiatives that you might institute at the department?
Right. Well, my vision is for this to become, I guess I mentioned earlier, to become the premier civil rights a vehicle in Michigan, and to provide to eliminate discrimination. That's the vision, to eliminate discrimination. It may be idealistic, but to eliminate discrimination and make sure that you're providing equal opportunity for every citizen in Michigan. So having said that, I think that I really I'd like the department to continue its work in education. I know you had some hearings on K through 12 matters. I know there's not been a report done yet, but there's nothing more critical than education. There's nothing, because that's the passport to our future. If you provide a child with a good education, then they can become independent. And I saw that during my legal aid days. And I saw in a number of legal aid programs do not work on educational issues, and they should be, because that's where you break the cycle of poverty. That's where you begin to look at areas of discrimination through the educational process. So that's certainly something that I would want to continue, pick up where this commission has left off. Again, I know there's going to be a report issued on your K through 12 hearings. But it's not. But so we want to look at that. We want to look at, in addition, and under that comes the umbrella of COVID-19, access for special ed students. They have to have equal access to education. I know there's distance learning now, but when we go back, but even now during distance learning, I think there's some disadvantages for children with disabilities. For special ed children, there needs to be special accommodations made for them. The school to prison pipeline, even though Michigan has changed some of its laws regarding zero tolerance and has instituted some restorative justice principles, we know there's still discrimination going on in terms of how children are treated, how they're expelled or suspended. That's the quickest path to prison. Once you put them out on the street, there's no alternative schools. In Buffalo, where I was raised, if you were expelled from a school, they had another school for you to go to. So you weren't on the street. So it's not like they expelled you and you were just left to your own druthers. You were put into an alternative school where at least you continue to get an education. That doesn't exist here. If you're expelled, you're out on the street. And that leads to this, a lot of children, because of that, are led on the path of crime. We wind up incarcerated, and as a result, that's why it's called the school to prison pipeline. So those are some of the things that I'd want to look at in terms of the educational. We have to look at, certainly right now, as I mentioned earlier, police accountability, critical in terms of police accountability, police brutality. I know you had you were scheduled to have a meeting in Grand Rapids because of the complaints that have been filed by victims of police brutality in Grand Rapids. You haven't had that meeting yet. I know that's probably somewhere on the list, and I know COVID-19 has prevented that, but we have to take a hard look at that also, and get involved with AllPat, which is it's a fantastic vehicle in order to get involved with law enforcement officers and be persuasive in terms of some things they should be doing, in terms of, again, use of force, the duty to intervene, things have gone that employment discrimination within the police forces. Some of these communities don't these police forces don't reflect the community. So those are two issues that certainly, one is current, one is ongoing, that we need to certainly look at. But also, again, employment discrimination, which is still exists. That's the most complaints we got when I was at the NACP, and I'm sure, and a lot of yours are in that area, where people have just been discriminated against because of their race or origin, and as a result, obviously, that affects their ability to feed their families, and in order to and even educate their children, and to be viable. So those are some of the issues I know would immediately I would look at in terms of the Civil Rights Department and some of the things, more important issues that I think are affecting our constituents.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, just as a follow-up to Commissioner Roberson's question, I'm sure you're aware of the survey that the commission had done with the employees earlier this year. Several things were revealed in that survey. Two of the items that came out of the survey, there were two terms that were used. One was toxic culture, and the other one was low morale. Having an understanding of that, if you were the executive director, from a leadership administrative standpoint, how would you work with the existing leadership within the department and the employees to tackle those two items?
Well, certainly, if I'm appointed, I certainly would need to immediately look at the survey and look at to see exactly what comments were made. Again, as you just mentioned, I have a general idea of what was said. Low morale as a result of any number of things that are going on. It could be a lack of recognition, appreciation, job security, poor management. Could be the fact that there's just people just aren't sure, they're not sure of where they fit into the organization. In order to improve low morale, you've got to have a connection with your employees. The first thing I did when I was hired over at Legal Aid in 1990 was I met with every employee to find out what they did, what concerned them, what issues they had, because it's important that I know how they feel. It's important that I use that in order to make some decisions going forward. You have to be transparent. You can't hide things. You got to be honest with people. Tell them what's going on. And I feel if they feel as if you're at least transparent, at least they feel informed. That nothing will blindside them. That this something won't come out of the blue, because you've been transparent with them. You've kept them up to date on what's going on. Training, I mentioned that earlier. It's critical. People have to feel as if they know how to do their job, and you've given them support in order to do it. Support is important also. You got to help them grow. You got to allow them to give you feedback. I believe in 360-degree evaluation, so that you hear from the staff about, they can tell you anonymously how you're doing. I learned so much about myself during management training, and it made me a better manager. What kind of personality I had, what flaws I had, what certain things I needed to correct in order to be a better manager. You have to deal with some of the bad apples, quite frankly, because people feel as if they're doing more work than someone else, then it creates low morale. So you have to address that. If there's somebody in the agency who's not pulling their weight, you have to talk to them and find out what their issues are, and then get them to produce more, because again, it reflects, the staff sees that. And they're not oblivious to that. They feel as if and no favoritism. If they feel as if someone's being treated better than someone else, then there's going to be some rebellion over that. And I don't blame them. Because I wouldn't want to feel as if I'm doing something and someone else is not pulling their weight, but yet we're getting the same salary. And quite frankly, I'd like to look at and I know some of this is controlled. I know it's controlled by the Civil Service Commission, but we still are in a society where women still make only 62 cents out of every dollar that a man makes. And so sometimes pay is an issue if they feel as if they're not being adequately compensated. So all those sometimes lead to poor morale. You have to have team building activities. People have to come together. And I know in the age of COVID, that's very difficult to do. Prior to February, it'd been much easier to do that, but people have to feel again connected. You have to be realistic with people. You can't be pie in the sky. Tell them this is the way it is. That comes with transparency. You have to be able to tell them, look, this is real. This is a situation I can show you. Everyone, and since we're a public agency, everybody should know the budget, know how we're spending the money, because it's not a secret. It's not a secret. It shouldn't be kept a secret. Everybody should know what's going on and what decisions are made in formulating that budget. And it should be done again with the staff people in mind, having met with them and having decided where you want to go. I know I answered the low morale question. It was the first part of that, though.
Right. And just as a follow-up for clarity, you haven't had a chance to review the employee survey that's on the website. You haven't had a chance to look at that yet?
No, I didn't know that was on the website. I looked at the website. I didn't see that. Oh, the survey or the answers?
The results of the survey.
No, I didn't know that was on there. Sorry, I missed that one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kopak?
Thank you for coming,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Johnson. I wanted to ask you, in your years of experience at the NAACP, what specific issue did you collaborate with other communities, and what was the outcome?
Interesting. We collaborate. Well, we've collaborated with a number with a number of communities, the Arab American community, to some degree the Latino community, but not as much again as I think we could have done, quite frankly. I remember we collaborated with interesting. We did collaborate with the Wolverine Bar Association on what's called a People's Law School, where we worked with the Wolverine Bar Association and we put it on a 6-week course for lay people. We had them come in and taught them the law, basically, taught them about their rights in different areas, and as a result, I think people left more informed, more empowered. And I've also, even with the MLBC, I've collaborated again with bar associations. We're working right now with the bar association, the NAACP, are working with all bar associations throughout, minority bar associations throughout the state on a response to COVID-19 and on these police accountability issues. And we see that percolating now. We are prepared to, again, with the Interfaith Coalition I mentioned earlier, we are prepared to present a number of proposals to the legislature that will deal with police accountability. And we have a number of people involved in that Interfaith Coalition from a number of denominations. So I expect to see some results from that as we move forward throughout the end of the year. We don't have much time left in the legislature, only about maybe 35 legislative days, but we have identified a number of legislators on both sides of the aisle who are sensitive to the issues that we've raised, and we feel as if we'll be successful in getting some legislation passed before the end of the year on police accountability issues. We also have worked with a number of agencies in terms of criminal justice reform, raising the age from 17 to 18 of being charged with as an adult. A lot of those coalitions resulted in some positive legislation from people who we were able to sensitize to why this is important.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, we are beyond our 30-minute allotment for Mr. Johnson. I will just ask, is there anyone who has not asked a question already who would like to ask a question of this candidate? Commissioner Grimm?
Thank you.
Hi,
Mr. Johnson. Once again.
How are you?
Welcome. The department has 5 divisions, which you're probably aware of: enforcement, investigation, death, blind of hearing, hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, and the Michigan Women's Commission. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve your goal of the department with a limited budget? and with the challenges in light of the pandemic.
Yeah, that's interesting. First of all, I think that whenever you're faced with budget cuts, that it's an opportunity for change, and sometimes positive, but it's an opportunity. And we faced that when I was at Legal Aid. We had budget cuts, staff layoffs, and the first thing you have to do is sit down and determine your priorities. You recognize that you may not be able to do as much as you did before, but you have to determine what's still most important work to be done. So you have to determine your priorities. You have to reevaluate your staff operations and your job descriptions and take a look at those. You have to advise the staff of the changes that you're thinking about and sort of get their input. Eliminate unnecessary functions, some consolidation. When you're facing budget cuts, it's a reality because most of your money goes towards personnel anyway. So ultimately it's going to result in a diminution of personnel, but it doesn't mean it results in a diminution of desire and ability, which I think are the two things that make employees most successful. To have the desire and ability. So together, we look at the work that we do. We determine we know what our core mission is, determine what's most important among ourselves, and then develop, quite frankly, revise our 8 plans that we may have in place in order to meet the challenge, because it's inevitable. And as long as people feel as if you're being folks don't like to lose their jobs, but as long as you feel as you're being transparent, and they feel as if you're not, again, playing favoritism, that you're doing whatever you're doing in the best interest of the agency, the best interest of your clients or constituents, then hopefully people will understand, and then certainly based upon, again, their own input into the plan, ultimately we'll be able to reach the same destination.
Thank you.
Questions from any other commissioners? Okay. Mr. Johnson, or Attorney Johnson, would you like to make any closing comments?
Well, yes, obviously I want this job. This is the 3rd time I've applied for it. I mentioned I did apply for it under the Grant Home Administration twice recently, because I feel this is my calling, just to some degree. I feel as if my experience in management, my experiences as a leader in a number of areas, I think will benefit this department. My passion for the work, I think it certainly is displayed in my 40 years of working as a lawyer. And again, we want to make sure that what we do benefits every constituency that we have. There's a number of folks throughout this state that need our services, but some of them don't even know we exist. I've looked at your statistics. I see that they've gone down. I know that's because of some retrenchment, but also, as I mentioned earlier, my early interview, is some of it has to do with outreach and strategic partnerships and collaboration in order to get our name back out there as being the premier civil rights agency vehicle in the state. And we should be at the table coordinating all of this. We should be the one bringing the NACP to the table, bringing the ACLU to the table, bringing AAPI to the table, bringing Equality of Michigan to the table. We should be the ones spearheading all of this because we are the ones who are charged with upholding and enforcing civil rights of every citizen in this state. So we should be the ones who, and even up north, our Native American population, which is dealing with health issues. When we talk about health disparities, it's not just limited to Black folks. It spans the state. So I appreciate the governor's task force on racial disparities, but it's got to include every demographic in this state because everyone's hurting. And it's our job in order to be able to address all those issues for all of our constituents throughout the state as the Michigan Department of Civil Rights and the Michigan Civil Rights Commission. We leave no stone unturned. We leave no one who's not been, we try to affect everybody who we can and bring them under the big umbrella. And that's what I feel I can do. I have the policy experience based on my work in Lansing for the past 6 years, based on my work with the Detroit Charter Commission. I'm familiar with public policy. So I think that I bring a lot of skills to the table. I'm a former journalist, so I think I write pretty good. So I bring a lot of skills to the table that I think would benefit this department and benefit the mission and cause of this commission and this agency.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You the same.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. I can go and get Ms.
Director Engelman will,
Okay.
right. Director Engelman.
Yes. I guess she's coming in probably in a minute.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I will bring in the next candidate.
Thank you very much. Okay. And colleagues, our final candidate for the day. Thank you so much. Our final candidate for the day will be Nasser Beydoun. Good afternoon, Mr. Beydoun. Just let us know when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Guess I'm ready.
Okay, great. Will you please tell us your name for the record, give us the correct spelling, and then provide a brief overview of yourself and why you're interested in this position?
My name is Nasser Beydoun. This Nasser Beydoun. My background, my history, this period in time, I think that's why I was interested to come and apply for this position. I've spent 20 years in the community, building bridges, developing relationships, working to build equality, whether when I was the executive director of the American Arab Chamber of Commerce, or currently when I'm the chair of the Arab American Civil Rights League. I felt that I need to do something to bring my experience to help to create a better environment for our kids. The philosophy is, there's an old Indian saying is Native American saying that we don't inherit this earth from our parents, we borrow it from our children. And currently the way that we are today and what's happening, we're not leaving our children a great place. So that's why I applied for the position, and I'm looking forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from our commissioners? Commissioner Graham?
I can't hear you.
Unmuting would help. Commissioner Grimm here, Denise Grimm. And thank you for being here and waiting, for this interview. So thank you for joining us. I have a question. The department has 5 divisions. It is enforcement and investigation, deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, law and policy, community outreach and education, and the Women's Commission. As an executive director, how do you plan to achieve the goals of the department with a limited budget and addressing the challenges in light of the pandemic?
Well, I think that as a director, I would first of all take my guidance from the commission on what your goals and objectives, and try to implement what your what your goals are. And as a business person who's run many businesses and who's run organizations large and small, is basically trying to allocate the proper resources to achieve the goals established by the commission. So I really, like, sitting here right now, can't tell you how I would do it. It would take to get into the nitty gritty of it, but it all starts with you as the commission giving me your objectives, and then looking at the organization, the budgets, and trying to achieve those objectives with the resources and the people that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from other commissioners? Commissioner El Hassan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Baydoun. How are you?
Good. How are you, Commissioner?
I'm well, thank you. I'm well. Given your history on the ACRL, and certainly I know you've got some involvement with the NAACP and your leadership role with the Arab American Chamber of Commerce, I'm sure you've seen many civil rights issues come up over the course of the last 20 years. But you started off your comments saying, you know, this is one of the most relevant times. So given that, what do you think are the 3 civil rights issues currently facing the state of Michigan? And of those 3, if you can just elaborate on one and how you would address it as executive director of the department.
Well, you know, I think not only just Michigan, but the whole nation, the issue of the police brutality against and the shootings against young African-American men. I think that is something that, you know, Black Lives Matter issues, I think that's very important and is a critical role. The other civil rights issue that I see has to do with education, with our education dollars not going to the people who need it most. And then the third thing is the voter suppression that's going on right now. I think these are 3 of the most of the major issues that I would deal with as a director of this department, trying to build bridges between the community and the police departments, trying to establish programs that root out bad officers, trying to make sure that everybody who wants to vote has a right to vote and is able to vote in a you know, easy manner without making it difficult for them, putting putting roadblocks in their way. And 3, education. Education is critical, that our young children, that our children, and especially children in poorer areas and underprivileged children, have the same level of education as kids in more affluent communities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Combs.
Bishop Combs, we can't hear you.
Commissioner Combs, you are muted. Will you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now, Nesser?
Yeah, I can hear you, Bishop Combs. How are you?
Oh, good. Good to see you again. We have to stop meeting like this. The last time we were together was at the state police training. I wanted to ask you a question about a couple of things. 2 in particular have to do with some of the recent executive orders that have been issued by the Honorable Governor Gretchen Whitmer. One is regarding the pandemic of racism as a public health crisis. And number 2 is obviously the implicit bias training that she's recommending that my understanding is carried out by the Department of Civil Rights. I imagine that the department will be working with Garland Gilchrist. As my understanding is she's tasked him with the oversight of this initiative. So your thoughts on how you would, as the leader of the Department of Civil Rights, the executive director, move to develop and implement the implicit bias training to accomplish the goals of addressing the issue of the pandemic of racism?
Well, you know, I think from my personal experience, racism has always, a majority of the time, been built on ignorance. And my work at the chamber and at the ACRL has always been trying to build bridges between communities of color and outside the community to try and get people to understand each other. Usually we don't like people because we don't know people. You know, especially if, like in our community, in the Arab American and Muslim community, the way we best handled that was to invite people in. And as you know, ACRL last year, what we did was to help Michigan State Police address that bias, is we invited 100 recruits to come down to Dearborn and spend a day in Dearborn. And we took them to the mosque. And for about 60% of those recruits, it was the first time they've ever been to the Metro Detroit area. And then the majority of those recruits had never been to an Islamic center before, never seen a Muslim before, because a lot of them come from the outer state. So when we had that whole day with them and we brought in the whole Michigan State leadership, we saw, you know, that's how we built those bridges. So in terms of what we would do with the governor and her executive order, I really can't answer that right now, but we would try and build programs that address the needs of the commission as well as the governor's office.
And then my second question is, Nasser, on the issue of access to economic opportunities. There are statutory federal requirements for minority participation in contracts that local businesses throughout the 83 counties receive federal dollars for, and they're supposed to be engaging minorities with those contractors as vendors and otherwise. At one point, it was as high as 10% participation. Now that number, in a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Chaldean, and the Arab Chamber of Commerce, as well as Ken Harris and the Michigan Black Chamber of Commerce, that number had fallen 2 years ago or 3 years ago to about 3%. So what are some of your thoughts on how to encourage through departments under the leadership of the Department of Civil Rights, these departments to do the right thing, so to speak, and to be more aggressive in trying to meet some of those standards with regard to minority participation so that economics can be distributed equitably throughout opportunities in the minority communities? Your thoughts?
Well, I served for 6 years as vice chairman of New Detroit, and I was the chair of the Small Business Stabilization Task Force for New Detroit. I've always been a proponent of helping minority communities build entrepreneurship, and in particular in the African American community. Arab Americans and Chaldean Americans were not minorities in terms of what the state or the federal government recognizes as legal minorities. But we can help and develop that entrepreneurship. We can help in helping people grow businesses, because I think personally, from my days at the chamber, entrepreneurship is the key to helping end systemic racism by building wealth and diversity in communities and making sure people have businesses that they run, they own, and you know, they can prosper from. How do you build wealth and grow that wealth in a community? It's through operating small mom and pop businesses that grow. So I would be very aggressive and to make sure that companies are following the guidelines, that they're allowing small businesses and minority businesses to have an opportunity and utilize those programs. And the other thing that we need to be aware of is there's a lot of cheating in those programs. And people, you know, have front companies and things of that nature. So we've got to make sure that those dollars are really spent to help those businesses and build those businesses up. And I think I have extensive background in doing that.
Excellent. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Commissioner Kopak?
When you were with New Detroit and you were just welcome, and I'm Laura Reyes Kopak, but when you were with New Detroit and you were on the committee, what kind of economic development programs did you develop or have your committee develop in collaboration with African-American community and the other ethnic communities?
Well, we built when I was at New Detroit, I was also the executive director of the Arab American Chamber of Commerce. So we started the ethnic chambers organization that encompassed the Detroit Regional Chamber and all the Hispanic Chamber, the Arab American, the African American Chamber, the Asian American Chamber. We brought all those organizations together. And what we tried to do was to partner people looking to create business, to open a business using our resources and our experience. Because a lot of the reasons that ethnic minorities are successful in business is because they have a support group. If I go to open a gas station, I have a cousin or a friend or a relative that's in the business. Or I know somebody that's a wholesaler that can provide me credit when I wanted to open that business. So they work together to create opportunities and make sure that that person were to succeed. And what we tried to do was to create that kind of structure, that ethnic structure for minority communities, where people looking to do business, if they needed an introduction, if they needed to know who a wholesaler is, if they needed a contractor, if they needed to buy equipment, if they needed to create a business plan. So this is what we tried to establish and give people in minority communities who don't have, and in particular the African American community, the support structure they needed to be successful as business owners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sakwa.
You're muted, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. What work have you done at all with the Jewish community?
Oh, well, I have a Jewish mother. I work currently with Bassett and Bassett, Tina Bassett. We're a multicultural multicultural organization. We say we're the only Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu organization in the community. I've worked extensively with the Jewish community, with David Gadharf, with Bob Aronson, with Ed Levy. My kids, Harvey Bronstein is like an uncle to my kids. So we've always worked together to try and put aside our differences that were happening in the Middle East and cooperate on what we can here locally as communities and in the business realm. So I have an excellent relationship, I think, with the Jewish community on the local stuff.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Certainly.
The commission had a survey done of the employees within the department, asking them what they were looking for in the next executive director. We didn't do that. Our first round of interviews, we heard from the employees, so we had that survey done prior to selecting the candidates for this round. A couple of the things that were indicated, they were looking for strong leadership, someone who had a heart for civil rights, and someone who was ready to hit the ground running. The survey also addressed the toxic culture and the low morale that's within the department. Can you talk a little bit about what in your background, previous experience, previous employment, where you've had to encounter one or any of those things and how you address those items?
Sure. First, let me address the part for a heart for civil rights. I didn't start off as a civil rights person. I started off as a business person. But my personal experience led me to civil rights. And basically, I was held, I don't know if you saw it in my background, but I was basically held hostage for 2 years in the Middle East, and where I had all my rights taken away from me for a business dispute. It wasn't a legal dispute or anything. It was because one person in power was able to hold me without leaving the country because he owed me money and didn't want to pay me and wanted me to relinquish my rights. So, and when I came back after winning that and coming back here, I made it a point to focus on helping people who have their rights taken away. So I joined the board of the Arab American Civil Rights League, and then eventually became the chairman. We have a very close relationship and partnership with the NAACP, and every year we hold a joint event called the Justice Tribute Dinner that we do. In terms of the employee morale, and I've always, I don't like toxic workplaces. I feel if you can't go to work and enjoy yourself and really are motivated to work, you're not going to accomplish anything. So I don't know the details of the environment that currently exists, but if I were to become the executive director, I would definitely come in there and do a immediate assessment, talk to the people. I'm the kind of a boss that has an open door policy. I don't like hierarchy too much. I like people to make sure that they're in the right position to do the right job, and that they're enjoying their work and they believe in what they're doing. And I would work almost immediately to look at the culture, look at the structure, see what's working, see what's not working, address the concerns of the employees, and build an organization that you as the commission would be proud of on the work that we do and the staff that we have, and make sure that we're achieving what you have set out as your goals.
Okay, thank you. Questions from any other commissioners? Commissioner Gaskell-Bentley?
Hello, and I want to thank you, for showing an interest in this position. I was just wondering if you could share with us an example of a controversial situation you encountered in your professional life, and can you explain how you handled it and why?
Okay, well, I don't know if the commission knows this, but I was one of the principal architects of the Green Light project in Detroit. And actually one of my businesses was Green Light number 1. And when we had the issue of the facial recognition controversy associated with Green Light, we basically told the police department that, hey, this is not what we signed up for. The community, this is wrong because facial recognition is not something that's, has been proven that works. And on the contrary, when it comes to African Americans or minorities, it's 60% of the time wrong. So we made sure that we voiced our concerns with the African American community that to the police department. The other issue that when I started at the chamber in 2000, about 20 years ago, there was a disconnect between the Arab American community and the African American community. The relationship was really rock bottom, and I worked diligently at the chamber, and I still continue to repair that relationship. As if you remember, there used to be called for boycotts, there would be pickets, there would be issues, there would be mistreatment of customers by the owners and mistreatment of the businesses by the customers. Well, in 20 years, I can honestly say that we've come a long way. It's not perfect, but we've been able to address a lot of those concerns to the point that when there's an incident today in Detroit between a business owner and a resident, I'm usually the one that gets the call first to try and resolve the issue before it gets bigger. And we've been very successful. And my relationships with not only the leaderships in the African American community, but the street in the African American community has been, I think, very helpful in diffusing a lot of issues. And we worked together. And the last thing that we did, when there was a shooting at 6 Mile in Wyoming, 6 Mile in Southfield, where a young African American man was murdered by the owner's son he just came from behind the bulletproof and shot the guy. And it was cold-blooded murder. I basically made sure that we met with the family. We expressed our sympathies to the family and paid our respects, and made sure that we picked up the cost of the funeral for that individual and any costs associated. So I'm a hands-on kind of guy. When there's something on this ground, I go and get it done. That's my philosophy.
Thank you. Questions from any other commissioners? Commissioner Roberson?
Good afternoon.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
So as director, you will report to the commission, serve as a member of the governor's cabinet, and represent the interest of this diverse state of Michigan. Can you rank the 3 responsibilities you have in terms of where you see the most important and maybe the least important, and how you navigate through trying to be responsive to all 3?
Well, I think the first, because the commission is technically my boss, it would be to the commission do what the commission wants me to do, but also be in a position that I have the respect of the commission, that we are able to come to agreement on issues that we might disagree on. And if the commission wants to go a certain way and me as the executive director wants to go another way, be able to have that open, honest dialogue and try and find common ground between us. I think that since the commission is the board of directors of the organization, that you would be number 1. But the governor's office is also important. But the beauty of the way it's structured is I am a member of the the cabinet, but I don't report directly to the governor. So we're kind of semi-independent. But I think that both organizations, whether it's the governor's office or the whole government apparatus, needs to work to address the issues that affect the state when it comes to civil rights. So our goal is to bring people together to achieve the results, and try and do it in a way where everybody, where the people of the state of Michigan benefit.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I hope I addressed your...
You did. I appreciate it.
Questions from any other commissioners for Mr. Beydoun? Okay. Seeing none, Mr. Beydoun, would you like to make any closing comments?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the commission for giving me the opportunity. I can assure you, if that you do choose me as your executive director, I will work hard and diligent and try and make you proud as a commission. I feel that I'm uniquely qualified for this position. My history of 20 years in the public and private sector have given me the scars, you can say, and the relationships and the friendships to be effective at the job that the commission is looking for me to do. And I say that, I'm 55 years old, but if you count the nights I've stayed up, I'm 70. So I'm looking forward to hopefully working with you. And, I know you guys got a tough decision. There was a lot of great candidates, and I don't envy you, but thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Commissioners, we were ahead of schedule. Now it looks like we're actually back on schedule, because 2 o'clock is the time we would have been returning from our afternoon break. I'm not sure if commissioners want to take another break now, if you want to just continue on with the next item on our agenda. I'll ask for a show of hands of those who want to just continue on with the agenda. Okay. Looks like I saw 5 hands. Okay, so 6 hands. Okay, perfect. So we'll continue on with the next item on our agenda, which is item number 7, and that is deliberations. And we do have a few options regarding deliberations. We can decide now that we want to eliminate some candidates and narrow the pool that we have for yes, Commissioner Grimm, and then well, let me just finish the statement and then we'll take comments because these are just what's kind of on the table, open for others to make suggestions. Do a vote now if commissioners want to narrow down the 7 to whatever an agreed upon number is and let those candidates move forward to Monday. We can leave the entire pool as it is now and do voting on Monday on all the candidates or other options. And I will go with Commissioner Grimm and then Commissioner Roberson next. Commissioner Grimm, you had your hand raised.
Yes, there was a motion earlier to have public comment after the interviews, I believe.
Okay, I thought it was at the end of the meeting. Do you all, we said public comment.
Maybe I'm incorrect.
And if we decide we want to do public comment, we can do it once we determine what we're going to do as it relates to deliberations before we actually deliberate if that's the will of the body.
I thought we had, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I thought it was after the interviews too. So that's the same point I was going to make. So
okay, so do you all want to hear public comment and then decide what we're going to do? Because we could still have the public comment before deliberations. We just kind of need to determine what we're going to do with this item.
Oh.
So I mean, that's fine, we can do that. Or you want to go through public comment and then decide?
I motion to do public comments now, then deliberation.
Okay, so the reason why it might be easier for us to decide, we will right now reopen public comment because we're opening it now. We probably don't have anyone in the queue yet. Ms. Sanford, is anyone in the queue for public comment now? Any hands raised or?
I'm taking a look right now. Just 1 second, Madam Chair. Thank you.
People may need a few minutes to get in and get ready.
Currently, there are no hands raised.
Okay, well, public comment is open. So if there's any members of the public who would like to make public comment, it is now about 2:02. We'll leave it open for the next 5 minutes just to see if anyone joins in, raises their hand, or comes into the queue. And Ms. Sanford, if you can just speak up and let us know if there's anyone who comes in.
I sure will, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so now, commissioners, we are back at, while we're waiting to see if there's any public comment, determining what we would like to do under deliberations today. And I'm open for a motion under deliberations. Commissioner Gaskell-Bentley.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I would like to just have us wait to narrow it down because, we did not allow, the names to be released. And I don't understand why. I guess I missed that part. And this way it would give people, our staff and everything who is not able to attend, that has to work and stuff. And, if anybody has any opinions on any of our candidates and stuff, it would give them a chance to be able to give us their feedback and stuff on some of the candidates.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move all 7 candidates to Monday for the final vote. Do you have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roberson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None opposed, so the motion passes. All 7 candidates will move forward to Monday, and we will take our final vote for the executive director for the Department of Civil Rights on Monday at our meeting at 5 p.m. Ms. Sanford, do we have anyone who has come in for public comment?
Hi, Madam Chair. We're monitoring the chat box right now, and we don't see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Going back to our first public comment that we had this morning from Ms. Thornton, and she expressed concern about commissioners not having public emails and the members of the department, employees who might want to communicate with the commission regarding the applicants that we have and how we make our final decision. I am willing to say now on the record what my email is. I do have a segregated email that is used solely for the business of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. If there are any employees or members of the public who would like to weigh in on the candidates that were interviewed today, if they weren't able to see it live, they can watch the interviews on Facebook or on the department's YouTube channel between now and Monday when we vote. If they would like to send in confidential comments, they will be able to do that to my email. I will be sure to share that with all commissioners before we take our vote on Monday. If that is, unless commissioners also would like to, you can still give out your emails too. I was just thinking because mine is a segregated email, or if there's another option that commissioners want. And Commissioner Roberson, I see your hand raised.
Madam Chair, I believe that when we had our last meeting, there was some conversation about whether or not we were required by the state to have a state email address. And I know it was, there was a reply, a legal opinion given to the commissioners, but maybe it would make sense to have it explained to those who might be watching us today to know that why we may or may not have a state of Michigan email address.
Thank you very much. And I did ask Attorney Levy to speak to that. So if you can speak to that in the opinion that you gave to the commissioners, thank you so much.
Yes, there is an executive director directive that requires all department directors and autonomous agency heads to prohibit the use of the private email for state business. That would on its face apply to the commission, but because the commission is constitutionally independent and not appointed by the governor, and the enforcement method for it would not apply to the commission. So we have in the past encouraged, but not required, the keeping of a state-centered email. I would also note, because it comes up at the same, it's part of the same discussion, that the private emails that some commissioners have, to my understanding, are all segregated for simply state business and only state business, so that there is no intermingling of state and personal business. And if there were FOIA requests or lawsuits that requested emails, that would be coming from those segregated accounts.
Okay, thank you very much. So going back to my original statement of being willing to give out my email address in case, again, there are any employees who would like to confidentially make comments to the commission regarding the candidates we have for interview, or if for whatever reason they are not able to be with us on Monday when we do our final vote, those comments can be read into the record. And I'll be sure, as I said, to share them with all commissioners, any that I receive before we take our vote on Monday. So is that fine with all commissioners? Anyone object to that or have another suggestion or alternative? Okay, so the email is, oh, I hope I know my right email. It's Stacy Clayton, mcrc@yahoo.com. So that's Stacy, STACIE, CLAYTON, mcrc@yahoo.com. And that will be for any employees who would like to weigh in on the 7 candidates that we had today for the executive director position of the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. I would ask, in order to allow all commissioners time to review your comments, if those comments can be submitted no later than 5 p.m. on Sunday, this coming Sunday, which is the 23rd. So if you have comments, please submit them before then, and they will all be shared with all commissioners before our meeting on Monday. Okay. The next item on our agenda, it's not on here. Were there any other comments from commissioners before we move for adjournment? Okay.
So I just had,
yes.
I'm sorry, Stacey. So it's recommended that we all have, Michigan emails. So what would it take for, all of us? I have no problem, getting a Michigan one for the commission. I mean,
Attorney Levy did send an email to, regarding the process for obtaining a michigan.gov email for commission. Okay. We can have him resend that again if you don't have it.
Right. Okay. If we could, and like I said, I think it's something maybe we should consider, because it would be, I think, more official and better that way in case someone does do a FOIA request.
Commissioner Roberson?
Yeah, I have no problems getting one as well. In fact, it probably would be easier for me because it would be segregated from so many of the other things that I get in my email box. But my question would be, I remember being told that maybe there was an issue about where we could sign on to our email, which doesn't really, I don't really understand that, but there was something around the state of Michigan computers or something. I know there was a reason that was given when I was appointed that I sort of shied away from it because I wasn't going to be in a place or have access to state of Michigan devices or something. I don't know if somebody has to do something to our particular personal devices in order to allow us to access the email, the state of Michigan email. That's just the question I have. I don't know if anyone would be able to answer today or if that's something later. I'm sorry.
Attorney Levy, yes.
Yeah, I believe what you're referring to is that it is difficult and you have to go through a bunch of steps to get the government email to answer to your Outlook account or another email account that you're using on your phone. It has to be accessed off the web page so that you can't, it won't push the email to you. You have to go and pull it from the source.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it takes, just interjecting a little bit here. I think every 90 days, you have to update your password. So you have to call, DTMB, and then it's a process, and it takes minimum a half an hour. So I just want to be aware of that.
Yeah.
It's just my experience because I do have a state, because I work with the Asian Commission. It's a nightmare, personally. But I just want you to prepare for that if you do accept a state, because they have a very strong security network. Okay.
Okay. That's good to keep in mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, so everyone knows, our next meeting and the notice will be posted on the Commission's website by close of business tomorrow, Thursday, and the media advisory will go out. But it is on Monday, the 24th, and that will be at 5 p.m., again via Zoom. So please just look under meeting notices on the Commission's website for all of the Zoom and call-in detail information. Unless commissioners have something else, our final agenda item is to adjourn the meeting of the Michigan Civil Rights Commission. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner El Hassan. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Motion, anyone opposed? None opposed. That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. The time is 2:12 p.m. and our next meeting will convene on Monday, August 24th at 2020 at 5 p.m. Thank you very much and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.